Hi everyone, welcome to my stream. I will be on site shortly to greet you. Please prepare to take your seats inside my office and make sure to store any member emotes close by for quick access. There will be no spamming during the show, and please do not use vulgar language in the chat. Participating in my streams may require specific instructions. Please follow them accordingly to benefit me and everyone. I'm almost on site, so please step away from the doors as they'll be opening in a few moments to let you in. Thank you. Okay, I'm here. Sector 1 entrance, you are clear to open. Welcome back to day 2 of the update, everybody. Good to see everybody here today. We're going to be doing some more myth busting because yesterday when we did our myth busting stream, we found some pretty crazy things. Like stuff that literally was not possible before in Piggy and that I had no idea was even going to be possible. Like out of all the myth busting stuff we've ever done, yesterday's stream is where we discovered a lot of crazy stuff. And I want to continue that today. I want to see a lot more. A lot more. So that's exactly what we're going to be doing. That's right, that's right. Welcome everybody to the stream. Welcome. Ernie, I know how the new gates work. Okay, so we're going to be doing myth busting, and I also want to figure out how these things work. When the update initially dropped, I was like, okay, I understand how the counter gate works. Basically, you activate it a certain amount of times, depending on whatever this number is, and it'll open something. So you take the button, you connect it to this, and then you connect this to this, and boom, right? But that's actually not how it works, because if you try and link up anything directly to this gate, nothing happens at all. You can link it up to here and everything like that, and when it comes to linking this gate, you can't link it to anything either. So how is this even supposed to work? I believe it's more dependent on the operation gate and or the counter gate. But before we move into the stuff like that, I am going to, we're going to do a couple of your myths to test out. And we're going to see if they're either correct or not, and we're going to discover some new stuff. So, if you want, go ahead and put your myths in chat. And I'll be letting you guys know when you can put myths in chat and stuff like that. You guys can now do so. When's the bingo stream? Sometime soon. I want to cover new update content first. Myth, can Mousie walk on water? I guess we could try that. I mean, I imagine it would work like the other bots where it just, you know, generally has trouble. But let me see. Actually, I think the bots ignore water, don't they? Yeah, I'm pretty sure, unless it's a player Piggy, I think the bots just ignore the water completely. So, I'll take a Mousie, I'll put some water here, and then I'll also put a crawl point directly across. And we'll see what happens here. I think I have fog shut off, right? Yeah, I got fog shut off, so we are good. We are good to go. Alright, so can Mousie walk across water? Let's see. Let's see what happens. Oh! Okay, that's not something I expected. She just... Her AI, her pathfinding's pretty good. She just completely walked around it. Okay, this time I'm gonna wall her in to force her to go across the water, and we'll see what happens here. That way she can't just simply walk around. I honestly didn't expect her to do that. Alright, so I'll put up a wall here. Actually, I'll use invisible barriers. That way we can actually see through it properly. In fact, I'll use the new invisible... No, I can't use half walls because I don't want her to squeeze by here around the water. Can't have that be at risk of happening again. So I'll just throw up a wall over here, and then I'll delete this immediately after, so we won't have to worry about it. So I don't care how long I make the walls. And then we're just going to do that. Okay, let's see if Mousie is able to swim through the water. I don't have decal blocks. You have to have been playing Piggy for a year. Once you have, you'll unlock decal blocks. Okay, so Mousie can't... Wow, voice crack. I just recently woke up, so my voice is a little bit weird right now. Anyways, yeah, so I don't think Mousie can even pathfind through water at all. Alright, I'm going to do one more thing, though. I'm going to drop her directly into the water, and I want to see how she behaves. Maybe she'll get flung like how the friend NPCs used to. Do you guys remember when the water blocks first came out? And the friend NPCs, when you put them in there, they would just fling up into the air? Alright, so Mousie's directly in the water now. And let's see what she does. Wow, okay, you know what? It actually looks like she's swimming. So I guess if you want to, like, make it, like... If you want to create a pool, like somewhere where players obviously can't reach her, or maybe even just have some like water obstacles, you could probably put Mousie in here and it looks like she's swimming. She kind of acts like a water obstacle. That's actually pretty cool. I never really thought about that. Yeah, so myth confirmed, she can swim, but she can't move. No, she can't move. Dude, the Roblox servers are going down. Everything's fine for me. Why would they be going down? Wait, oh no. Is today the day where everybody gets the Chipotle burrito thing? Or did that already happen? Yeah, you guys can post your myths now. Did the Chipotle burrito thing already happen? Or is that today? Because if that's today, then yeah, I think we're going to see the great Roblox outage of, what was it, 2020? Whenever that happened? Yeah, I think we're going to see that again. Yes? Alright, chat. Type 1 in chat if today's the Chipotle burrito day. Because I don't know if today's the day or not. Myth, you can walk through the power gate while building. I'm pretty sure you can do that. I mean, even if you could, there's nothing too special about that. Kind of works like how the power doors do, where you just go through. This one, oh, actually, you can't. Okay. Yeah, I guess you can't. So if you want to create something in a lobby before the game starts where players can't just walk through the doors like they can with this, you can use the powered gate. You can definitely do that. I'm actually surprised that these are clippable in the first place, considering fly exists. Ernie, if you press F while flying, you can teleport. Oh, I thought that was for free cam. I see. Okay, that's really cool. I actually really like that. Press F. And you're immediately here. That's really nice. Thank God. I don't have to sit there and fly so many far distances anymore. So good. I'm going to make that Mousie plus water thing right now. Yeah, go for it. Alright, yeah, you guys can go for myths right now. Myth. Can Piggy active a helper NPC if you give him an item? That's a good question. Okay, let's try that one. I need a volunteer. I need one person in this map right now. You guys probably already know my username, so I just need one person in my map. So once I get one person in my map, I'm just gonna private the map. Uh-oh, wait. Boom, there we go. 2 people works. Yep, 2 people in here works. Alright, so for those who don't know, I'm about to blow your mind right now. For those who were not there at yesterday's stream, where we discovered something big, I'm gonna show you right now. Alright, so I'm going to set this to infected. We're going to go here. We're going to place down an item giver block. And we're going to put this here. Okay, so we're going to give ourselves we'll give ourselves an apple. Wherever we can find the apple at. Where's the apple? Where's the apple? Oh, there it is. Apple. Dude, it was already defaulted to that. I should not have needed to do that. We're going to set give to player. And then what we're going to do is we're going to take down, bring out an NPC. The Georgie Helper NPC, we're going to put this here. Now, we did realize yesterday, we did learn that Piggy does have the ability to fire the gun at themselves. Oh, I forgot to move the... Piggy spawn. That was my bad. I don't know how I forgot that one. I think it was just because we were playing on no helper mode for a while. Wait. Oh, that's the Mousie, and that's the Mousie move point. That's not the Piggy spawn. They do look a little too similar, at least in color. Maybe it should be like, I don't know, maybe it should be a different color. Like bright pink? Or whatever isn't that same color already. Alright, let's see. So, for those who don't know, Piggy can now hold items if you use the contraption that I set up. So, that means the trader gun, that means the knife, that means all kinds of different stuff. Do keep in mind, Piggy can open doors with keys, but they cannot activate the item use trigger, and they also can't drink special potions. I hope that's changed at some point. But I think Epic Tank showed us yet. Yeah, you can hire an assassin onto yourself there, and you'll just you'll stun yourself. So it definitely works. It definitely works. How to get the decal block? You got to be playing Piggy for over a year, or at least a year, and then you'll be able to unlock it. Let me see. Yep, they were not fooling around there. Alright, you guys can go ahead and put your myths in chat. What do we got? What you got here? I think we tried every item with Piggy that would make sense. Like the gun, the knife, I think the only one we didn't try... Wow, it's voice crack. I think the only one we didn't try was probably the magnifying glass, but that one's kind of predictable in how it would work. You could probably use the rusty sword as Piggy to take out sentinels. Like maybe if you want to make a teamwork game where you help like protect the players, that could be pretty cool. Stackable coins. Stackable coins wouldn't really make sense though because you can't use item use triggers. And so that aspect is kind of useless right now unless Epic Tank fixes it so Piggies can use item use triggers. Let me see. This is not a myth, but you can build a system where you can use the chat command block and type owner only room and teleport to... Yeah, you can definitely do that. Yeah, you can definitely do that. Can you start a round without a Piggy spawn if you do no enemy? Well, I think both of those are required just to have your... Let me see. And then we set it to no enemy mode. No. Yeah, you still need a Piggy spawn, even if you are going to set it to no enemy mode. Yeah, you definitely need it. There's no real downside to having it anyways, because even if you aren't going to have a Piggy, you can have the Piggy spawn here in order to teleport fast. So if you need to get to a certain location wherever Piggy is, you just click teleport to Piggy spawn, boom, you're there. So all it's doing is a good thing. There's no downside to it. Can Piggy use the target blocks with the gun? Yeah, we tested that yesterday, I believe, and it works. You can make a clicker game with the new links. Yeah, you probably can. Speaking of the new links, let's try and... Hello, Mario. Let me see. So, the new links. Right now, I'm going to try and figure out how the heck these things work. Because I have no idea how they work, and right now is going to be the first time I'm going to be experimenting with them. So if you want to learn how these work and make your map even crazier, we're about to find out right now. So first of all, these things seem to link backwards. So I guess you start with this link, because this is the only link where you can put power sources into. And then you can link up... This is so odd. Okay, so it's not even a matter of going backwards. You literally just have to... This one goes first. Yeah, so it starts with this one here, and then it goes into the other two gates? No, it doesn't. Wait, what? So you start with this one, and you can only go into here. Okay. And then, oh, mobile's here. This is so odd. So, I'll sum it up real quick. I'll sum it up real quick in terms of the very basics. Power sources can only go into this gate. This gate can only go into this gate, the counter gate. And then the equals gate can only go into this one. I guess it's like a modifier of some sort. So there's no power sources that go into this one to activate. It just simply acts to modify how this one works. Which is odd because I would expect it to be inside of like all those settings in here to be in here. But it's a little bit strange. Let me see. Alright, so let's go ahead and just try this out here. Let's give our first impressions. Value. So you can set up a value here. You can set up add, subtract, blah, blah, blah. Let's go with add. Let's go ahead and start with a starting number of add. The value. So I'm going to start with 0. That way we can have a normal counter link. So we're going to set this to add. I assume what I wanted to do is I wanted to add up the amount of button presses. So in other words, I want to say, hey, open this door when this button is clicked 5 times. So let's go ahead and set this to 5. But our starting number is going to be 0, right? So we have this set up here. We're going to go into here. We're not going to mess with this one yet. Not yet. Not yet, not yet. We're going to grab ourselves a powered door. Or we'll use the new powered gate because it looks flashier. But, oh, right, you can't connect to that. Wait, what? Then what? Oh, so you connected back here. Okay, so this is the order it goes in. So it counts up how much it goes to. And then it says equal to, greater than, less than. I'll just do equal to. And I'll keep the value at that. Okay. So in other words, I want to set it to be where when this is powered on 5 times, it'll activate. I assume it works with a 0 cooldown button, but I'm going to test this just in case. Mobile's already setting up some cool stuff over here too. Let me go ahead and try this. So all we got to do is press this button 5 times. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Nothing happened. Huh? This is so confusing. So, yeah, how does it... Nothing happened. So my, doesn't know how the link... Yeah, I don't know how they work. I don't know how they work at all. Let's let mobile teach us here. Alright, so go ahead and teach us how these new links first. First of all, let me look and see how these are linked up. So yeah, it starts with the plus gate, and then it goes down into the counter, and then it goes into equals to, and then it opens the door. So that part makes sense. That part does make sense. And also the digital display is set to show counter as well. So that part I got right. But what about the settings here? Value is 1. Operation add. So instead of making this 0, he has to set to 1. But why is it set to 1? The default is 0, and the value is 5. Oh, I get it now. So this gate is basically saying, hey, when the counter equals to 5 activations, then you open the door. But my question is, why is the... Okay, I get it now. Yeah, I get it. So, I understand, everybody. I understand now. So, follow along carefully. The button goes into the plus gate. The plus gate is basically going to say, how many times are we adding something up? So when we press the button, it's going to be adding the number 1 every time we press the button. So when we press the button, 1, 2, 3, 4. But if we change this to 2, when we press the button, it'll go 2, 4, 6, 8. If we were to insert 3, 6, 9, 12. You're basically saying, how much power do I want to give this? Not power as in links, but like how much, how great of a value, how valuable do you want each button press to be? So that'll lead into the next gate. which is the counter gate. And inside the counter gate, it has 0. This part I'm not sure about yet. But it'll go into here, and then the equals to is basically just saying, hey. Oh, wait, okay, I see now. I get it. The counter is actually storing how much, what the current number is, right? So when we're pressing the button, this button, this plus gate is basically just saying, you know, whatever, what we just talked about. And the counter gate itself, this one here, is actually storing the information. It's storing the current number. So if the plus gate here is set to 1, in other words, every button press is going to add by 1, and it's going into here, and we do 5 button presses, the counter gate, which is storing the information, is saying there's a total of, the number value is 5 currently. It is currently 5, right? And this could go any other way. So if we press this button 20 times, and this is set to, each button press is set to a value of 1. If we press this 20 times, the counter gate's going to say 20. The counter gate is storing the current information of however many button presses there are. Now, with this information that this has, this equals gate is going to be checking and saying, I'm supposed to check and see if there is a value of 5 inside of this stored counter. It's got to be a value of 5. So when this goes and reaches that number, when this counter finally reaches the number 5, it's basically going to say, hey, wait a minute, the counter's finally at 5, it's time to power on whatever I'm connected to, and the door opens. The only thing I'm not sure about yet, though, is why there is an input setting in here. I believe it's so that you could put a number in here beforehand, right? So instead of the counter starting at 0, if you want, you can make the stored data start as 10. So when you press the button, it'll go and go to 11. Like when the game freshly starts up, and you press the button, it'll start at 11. Dude, it's so easy. You gotta tell that to everybody else who had trouble learning these gates. You gotta remember, you're the creator, so of course it'd be easy for you. Let me see. So we got that set up. Good, we got it. Now that I understand what it means and the order that it goes into, now it's easier to understand. Then again, most things are when you learn how to do it. Let me see. Let me see. I understand this more than advanced linking. That's a good thing. That's pretty good. Alright, Epic Tank's gonna load in something. I'm not sure what he's gonna load in. I don't know if he's loading in something, or if he's just like gonna build something. I have no idea. You just said stand back. What is he doing? Let me see. So he's placing something down here. He's placing something pretty interesting down here. This can make for really cool boss fights. Yeah, if you want to count how many hits the boss takes, you can definitely do that. In fact, I will show you how to do that in just a few seconds here. So, actually, while Epic Tank is building his stuff, I'll show you what I mean right now. So if you want to have 3 phases of the boss fight, I guess what you could do is you could have a target block. For the first phase, you gotta shoot him 3 times. It'll send a power signal, right? Maybe let's just say you're teleported to different areas where the boss like slowly evolves for each phase, right? So you do that, 3 hits for this phase, 3 hits for this phase, and then 3 hits to finally kill him, right? I guess you could just use an AND gate if you wanted to really do that, and then when all 3 of these are activated, you just do that. Because the target block itself already technically has a counter inside of it. I'm sure there's more advanced stuff you can do, though. We can finally make a randomized code door now. I think you can. I think you might be able to now. But I don't think you can randomize the number value You might be able to. Actually, I think you probably might be able to now. Alright, so Epic Tank is setting up a target block here for something. I'm not sure what it is. He's got like a barrel, and it's also extended out by one as well. What is he setting up here? Oh, I think maybe he is just building that. We can toggle gates easier, even easier now. He's making an exploding barrel. Oh yeah. Hey, listen, brother, you gotta make it. You gotta paint that barrel red. It ain't an exploding barrel in a shooting game unless it's a red barrel, like good old Resident Evil. They should make it so every time you're willingly placing an ORgate, you lose. They should make it where every time you willingly place an ORgate, you lose a build mode point because it's useless. Yeah, I know what you mean. Yeah, I mean, it's not really doing any harm, except for the fact that people are placing it down and not realizing that they could just be using something else. Because, again, for those who don't know, never use the ORgate, always use the link hub. They are literally the same exact thing and work the same exact way, except this one has less capacity. You can link this one up to 1,000 different links. This one you can only link up to like anywhere between 20 to 50. So don't use the ORgate, only use the link hub. Yeah. Yeah, so ideally it would be a red barrel that you have to shoot a certain amount of times and then it blows up. And then maybe what you could also do is add in a sound block, so every time you shoot the barrel, it makes like a recoil sound effect. Like that you're actually shooting the metal. So maybe you would have to have a counter gate for each one of those firing sounds. So that way, every time you shoot it, kapew, 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 and then it blows up. Maybe you just need 2 counter gates for the first 2 sounds. And then the third sound doesn't even need a recoil sound, it just blows up. There should be an operation gate that sets a random number. Yeah, I think that would be good. Because one of the problems with stuff like the terminal event and the safe is that you can't randomize their code. So every round, people have to either go and change the number manually, or they just make it the same code every single time. And instead of going and looking for notes or whatever to find the code, they can just skip all that and just do the code right away, you know? How do you make something explode like infinitely? You just hook up a looper to an explosion block. Yeah, that's all you gotta do. That is all you gotta do. Alright, let's try this out here. Let's give this a try. So Epic Tank's gonna grab a gun here. So he made an exploding barrel. So he's gonna get some ammo here. Okay, he has it. And now when he shoots the barrel a certain amount of times, it'll end up blowing up. So he shoots it 4 times. And boom, there it is. That's pretty cool. Pretty cool example of some stuff you can make. And I guess it resets. Yeah, you can see here that the counter actually goes and resets. So if you try shooting it again, it'll reset back into place. Now, I would imagine if you wanted to stop it from resetting, you would hook this up to a power holder. Unless there's a setting in here that prevents that from happening. That would be nice and compact. Is there? Stop spreading false information. What do you mean? You're showing off a barrel you can shoot. You're showing off a barrel you can shoot. I have no idea what you're talking about. Wait. Oh, I thought I got in the way of the gun. I'm like, okay, I understand if I die there. But no, everybody died. Alright, anyways. So yeah, ideally what I would imagine would happen is if you wanted the counter to stop counting, you would take a power holder. Oh, maybe there is a setting for that. Stop spreading misinformation? You're too vague. What do you mean? You're the one who's just saying like these short, simple sentences. I have no idea what you're talking about. There's one thing is, you know, misinformation, but there's also a lack of information. I can't spread misinformation if there is a lack of information for me to understand it, I guess. Look at the links. Let me see. Also, I said I would imagine, so I am still new to this. I'm just trying to brainstorm a bit. Let me see. Display mode is counter. Yeah, the value is set, so it's 0. Yeah, so it basically would just be a value of 0, so it wouldn't count, but the operation would just set. So it would set whatever the counter is to 0. So I guess if you just fired at it, it would just stop, I guess? Link, thank you for the dono. Mods, just tell everybody for now we're pausing on myths, but we'll get to it after. Because right now we're working with these. We're trying to figure out how these work. We're doing some cool learning. You can make a better power holder. All right, show me how it's done. Oh, mobile's working on something over here too. You're gonna skip the misinformation part. You're gonna just be like, no, I know what you mean here. I know what you mean by the power holder, but here's actually a better way. Because again, I was just imagining. Let me see. For straight can stream when? Never. Never ever again. Alright, let's see. So we got the counter. So it'll go and count. Equal to 1. Oh, and he's also setting this up here too. Oh, I never really thought about what would happen if... Oh, I guess you can't link those together. Nope, I guess you can't link them together. Let me see. So, this enables... yeah, this turns it off, this turns it off. Oh, wait. This turns it on, this turns it off. I see. So this is going to set it to 0. So how this works, basically, is you take a button, it would activate this link over and over again, and when it reaches a certain number, it would end up reaching equal to. If it equals to 1, it would go and it would power something. So it would go and power something, blah, blah, blah. But then, instead of using an AND gate and a link hub in order to make a power holder, you can simply power this, and it will set the counter to 0, which resets the data. And then, wouldn't it still be able to activate this though? Yeah, it would still be able to activate this if you continued pressing this though. Would it not? Read the settings. Let me see. So the value is 1. It would set it to 1. Or I guess you would add to 1. So go in here. The counter is set to 0. And then it goes into here. Says equal to 1. So once it reaches 1, it'll power on. It's setting, not adding. Yeah, this one is setting, which I understand that part. Because it would be setting this value to 0 and would shut off whatever's here. But if you hit this, wouldn't it continue adding? Unless you have this on a looper, obviously. Because if you had something like this on a looper... Yeah, I know it's set. This would set it to 0 and would therefore make this not work. But, even with that already set up, wouldn't you be able to just keep clicking this and it would bring this value back to 1? And then this would power back on? If you gotta write, like, you could toggle the power holder. You can toggle the power holder. So this is supposed to be the power holder, right? Yeah, this I assume is the power holder. Let me see. Yeah, equal to 1. I assume he's gonna... let me know when... Oh, okay, there you go. I was gonna say, let me know when you're done and I'll start the game, because I just want to see a live demonstration so I understand here. Alright, so, first he presses the first button, which is going to activate... There it is. And then you go and simply press this button to turn it back on. So I don't doubt it works. I don't doubt you don't... I don't doubt that you know what you're doing. I just want to understand for myself why it works. Because otherwise, if I just might be like, oh, okay, cool, yeah, whatever, it works, then I'm not going to be able to better dive deep into more advanced stuff. Do not touch Mario. Alright, I'll stay far away from him. He's toxic or something. I have no idea. So yeah, I guess, yeah, it would just set it back to 0. This sets it to 1. And then this goes over and undoes that. But I want to, like, yeah, I understand that part. Like, if you want to have a toggle, first of all, by the way, if you want to have a toggleable button for something as simple as this example right here, you could just have a button connected to a looper with a repetition set to 1 connected to this trapdoor. Like, he's just doing this as an example to show the counters, though. But my question is, obviously, when you press this, it gets set to 1. But once this trapdoor is open, I want to make it so that this no longer works. So normally I would have an AND gate and NOT gate to act as a disabler. But Epic Tank says that this can act as a power holder, or basically act as a power holder to hold the power. It's setting it to 1. It's already 1. Nothing happens. Right. Well, I mean, like, if, like, let me try something. I want to find a better way of explaining this. And I think the best way I'm going to be able to try that. Let me see. So yeah, it works like a toggle. So I guess it just holds power it does hold power permanently. So it'll go here and then this. Okay, so yeah, I guess it doesn't need to do that. So, all right, my question is, what's the difference between this being able to activate over and over and over and over and over again, and then this one being able to activate over and over and over again? Even just without this, I think you can remove this left part here. I just want to see, like, why this button wouldn't make this trapdoor... Like, I understand the logic of it. Like, if you were just showing me this and this alone, that would make sense. But I think it's more of a mystery of this. You kept shooting the target block, and it kept... The counter itself kept counting back up over and over and over again, and it was able to loop the explosions. If it worked like this trapdoor here, where it was able to just open once, and any more button presses would not work, that would make sense. But this one you can, because it's set to 0. Look at these two. All right, let's take a look and see. So the target block goes into here, and the value is set to 1. It's going to add the number 1 to the counter, and then the counter goes into the equals, and now it's saying greater than 4. So if the number inside of this counter is greater than 4, it's gonna go up into here. Well, first of all, it's gonna power the explosion, but it's also going to go up into here and further add. It's gonna set it back to 0, so it resets. I understand now. So if you want to have it where the thing resets, you go with this, because it'll go and reset itself back to 0 automatically without a second input. I see now. But if you didn't have this up here, it would just stay on forever. So now I understand. So if you just took this part away and didn't have this, and you simply had this, when this barrel explodes, it'll stay like that, and shooting it anymore, nothing happens. But if you add this on top, it'll go and reset this. It'll go and basically reset it so it's shootable again. My only question though is, I understand all this now. My question though is, how did the target block reset? Isn't the target block set to like shots required 1 time activated? Oh, okay, it resets. That's right. That's right. That's right. We're good. Yep, we're good. Cool. Thanks for showing me. Awesome stuff. Let me see. You can even use this to make custom limits. Yeah, something I want to try and make first is a voting system. It's not useless, by the way. This stuff right here is not useless. Thank you for the good luck. All right, I'm gonna let's see if we can build a voting system in build mode now. Your bacon is gone. He's been cooked. He's been gone. All right, so let's set this up properly here. I'm gonna try and make the most optimized voting system possible. So let's start with our first prototype. Instead of pressing buttons to vote, we're gonna vote directly from chat. So here's how this is gonna work. We're gonna go in here and we're gonna say blue. We're gonna have vote for blue. We're gonna set this to 0.01. That way it sends the signal in for the vote. We're gonna have another one for yellow. And we're gonna set this to 0.01. And we're also going to set this to red. So we got that set up. We're good. Now what we're gonna do is we don't want players to be voting on this too early. We don't want them to just like in the middle of the lobby start a vote. We want to control when the vote starts. Do you want people to vote twice? You want people to vote twice? That's a good question. Probably not. Yeah, probably not. So what will we do to prevent people from voting twice? All right, let's see what Epic Tank shows. Let's see what he says. Yeah, people have wanted a voting system in build mode for a long time. A lot of people do it before the game starts on top of those buttons and stuff like that, but still. All right, so we got some if gates here that he's going to be linking up. How are we going to prevent the player from voting twice? Maybe we give them a certain item in their inventory. So that way, if it's like, hey, if this person has an apple, do not let them vote. If they don't have an apple, let them vote. So maybe you make it function with items, although that may be a little bit archaic. What is he going to set this to? Yeah, and not. Okay. So let's see. Stackable coin. Hey, there it is. I was right. My guess was right. All right, so I guess technically you could do it with badges too, but that's probably the worst way of doing it because that means someone would only be able to vote once forever. They would never be able to vote again your map ever again. So do not use badges for this. Badges do have a way of like saving your player information in a way of being like, hey, this player was here before. Let them back at their checkpoint or whatever. Don't use badges for this. Do not use badges for this though. Seriously. But yeah, if you give them a certain item, they'll be able to, this link will be able to say, hey, wait a minute, this person already voted. Do not send the signal. That's some pretty good stuff right there. That's some pretty good stuff. I mean, thank you for the, thanks for dono. Give them a coin if you put it increasing. Yep. All right, so yeah, we're gonna hit play. Wait, 1 sec. You gotta add a teleport. Let's add a quick teleport real quick. Otherwise, you're not gonna be able to tell. Just put like 1, 2, 3, and then link it up here. So that way, if they go and try and type it again, it won't teleport them back. That way, we can actually see it visually work. And then we'll remove those later. Okay. So now we're simply gonna vote. Let's go ahead and vote red. Wait, what happened? Red? Did I type it right? Yellow? It's not even showing up in chat. Wait, what? Yeah, hold on. Something went wrong. Something went so terribly wrong here. Maybe I misspelled it? Hold on, let me see. Did I misspell anything? Blue? No, I got it right. Maybe, oh, maybe 0.01 is too low? Alright, let me start. It's broken? I don't think it's broken. I think he just changed something. I don't know what it was. Oh, did he not link the if gates? Maybe that was it? So we vote red, we'll get teleported and we get a coin. But if we try and vote twice, nothing happens. The only thing I'm worried about though is if we vote yellow. Oh, okay, there we go. Yeah, so since it's the same item across the board, this kind of acts like a voting token. So yeah, it's nice. Now, if you did have a separate vote, right? If you did have a separate vote, you would give a different items and have a different item check there. Hello, Arctic. We're all in here now. All right, so thank you, Epic, for that. We have this set up now. So now we have a way of checking to make sure that players don't vote twice or vote for other options. They can only vote once. Good, we got that set up now. Cool. Now what we're gonna do is we want to ensure that players don't just spawn in the game immediately and go, oh, time to vote, before the vote even started. As the map owner, we want to control when the vote starts. And we'll be able to do that with this AND gate here. Now what we're gonna do is we're gonna take an AND gate across the board like this. We're gonna delink these because we don't want to have it be direct. So we're gonna do this just like that, and we're gonna link these if gates into the AND gates like this. And what we're also gonna do is we're gonna take a modifier gate and we're gonna put it at the very top. This is to prevent the player signal from being sent through in case, you know, in case we have a starting touch trigger that activates the voting system or whatever. So just make sure you have something like that. So when this modifier gate powers on, maybe the owner flips a lever or something like that, when this is activated, these votes will be enabled. But if people try and type in these things beforehand, it won't work. And that's actually a better reason why we need to delink the if gates from this block and instead link the AND gates to this block. And the reason why we're doing that is because if the if gates are connected here, but the vote hasn't started, it'll give you an item and then you won't be able to vote again when it's actually time to vote. But if you make it so that it's the AND gate instead, the AND gate only powers on when voting has started. So it guarantees that that error doesn't happen. So we're going to have it connected to there. Boom, there you go. Got it all set up here. So we got that set up. So once again, we use this to type in the vote. What was that sound? I thought I heard like a million Mousie screams for a second. I think it was something outside my house. So once again, just a quick summary. This shows what you're voting for. This will determine, this will make it so that players can't vote twice or for other options. They can only vote for one option once. This determines when the player is allowed to, when all the players are allowed to vote. And then I think other than that, it'll, now we need to move on to counting the votes. So first of all, what we gotta do is we got to make sure, that this is disableable. Yeah, we gotta make sure that the voting is disableable. Because otherwise, if we just leave it like this, voting will just be enabled until the end of the game. And we don't want that. We want voting to happen for only a certain brief amount of time. So in order to do that, we're going to take a, we'll take any kind of timer. We'll take any time. You can use a timer for this. Maybe if you want like a certain amount of time left to vote. Or if you want to have it be manual where you disable voting yourself, you just use a lever. But for me, we're going to go more optimized and go with a timer. So let's have this be our countdown. Let's go ahead and have this be our countdown right above here. Right? And we're going to place down a timer. And this is going to basically enable when it's, how long until voting goes for. So here's our voting timer. We'll give it like 15 seconds. You have 15 seconds to vote. And I'm going to place down a info block, wherever I can find this at. Where's the info block? Oh, here it is. I'm going to place down an info block. Basically says something very simple. We'll say vote now. There we go. And then we're going to place down a lever. Ideally, though, you're not going to be using levers to manually activate stuff, but whatever. We're going to have this single use. So once the voting starts, it's going to say voting has started now. Let me delink it from the timer. There we go. So when we pull this lever, it's going to activate the voting timer, and it's also going to announce and say it's time to vote. We're also going to link up this voting timer up here. That way we can show how much time is left. So we got that set up. Good stuff, good stuff. Good stuff, good stuff. Now what we have to do is we need to make it so that when this is enabled, it'll enable the voting, and when this timer is enabled, it'll disable it. And that's very simple. All we have to use is one singular gate. We just use the XOR gate. What this is basically going to do is basically to say, hey, if I receive one signal, I'm going to power on. But if I receive two signals, I'm going to power back off. That's it. It's really that simple. So all you have to do is connect whatever your power source is that's starting the vote to here. And then you're going to connect your ending timer. So when time is up, it's going to re-disable this. So this will turn it on. And when it receives this second signal from the timer, it'll shut this back off. And it will end the voting. In fact, if you really wanted to, just to make things a little bit nicer, you can have an info block going right here. And you can announce and say, voting has ended. And boom, that'll announce when the voting has ended. And it'll shut this back off. We're going to need this timer in a bit, though, because we need to, when the voting has ended, we need to count up the votes. So we're going to need this one in a short bit here. But first, let's make the counters. Let's go ahead and let's go ahead and create the counters here. So first, we're going to have an operation gate for each one of these. We're going to have it counting up each one by one. So let's go here, just like this, for each one. So every time a signal is passed through, it's going to be counting up by one. We're going to add in the number 1. Each time someone votes, it's going to add 1 to the value. So your vote counts as 1. So we got that set up there, right? Now what we're going to do is we're going to put down a counter here. Basically, this is just going to be storing the information, the total amount of votes for each one. So if 5 people vote for the middle one here, it'll end up storing the number 5 inside of here. We're keeping this 0 because we want the counter to start off at the number 0. We don't want to add in a number beforehand or anything like that. We want all votes to stay at the number 0. That way they can all start to rise. Now what we're going to do is we're going to place down a counter if gate. I got to remember all the names for these. So we're going to link it up to all 3 of these, just like this. Actually, we may not need this end one. This is the part where I'm going to start theorizing. So this is the part of the tutorial, even though it's mostly just experimenting, where I'm going to be really trying to figure this out. So at this point in time, I'm probably going to be making mistakes. I'm just brainstorming right now. So this is going to store the value. I think we might only need one counter if gate that says, hey, whichever one is the most wins. Let me see. Greater than, or equal to. Oh yeah, we got to talk about tiebreakers and stuff like that. Don't worry, we'll do tiebreakers in a bit. First, let's figure out how to make a winning vote. Let's go ahead and start with that one first. There's 4 people in here, which is nice, because then that prevents a tie break. If there were 3 people in here, that could be a problem, though, because everyone can just vote for their own options here. Alright, so, let's take a look and see here. So the value is going to be this. This part's going to be a little bit tricky here. So we have our numbers. We have our total numbers here. Now, when voting ends, which is going to be right here, when voting ends up ending, we need to take this data and move it over. How are we going to move it over, though? I was thinking maybe like an AND gate or something like that, but how would it pass this information on? It wouldn't be able to do that. It wouldn't be able to do that. So, Got any ideas? The chat filter is currently experiencing issues and messages may be slower to appear. Good thing I'm streaming. Good thing I'm streaming. People will definitely be able to see. This is fun though. This is actually really fun. See, you guys know I love links, and I've wanted some new advanced links in the game for a long time now. Because mainly for build mode for like the past, what was it, 8 months or so? Or 6 months? I've kind of just been doing my own thing and blah, blah, blah and stuff like that. But now that there's some new stuff in here, there's new stuff to learn. It's a lot of fun. It's really getting my brain going. Getting my brain going. Ninfriend, thank you for the member message. Hi, Ernie, just joined. Can I have some context on what you have myth busted at the moment? Mousie can swim. Sort of. I mean, she mainly just floats, so you can use her as like an obstacle. Yeah, you can use her as like a water obstacle. All right, so no one has any ideas. Anyone got any ideas? Dude, what's up with the chat filter being broken? I guess no one can hear me. I think they're trying to type as well, but they can't. I understand now. They've been silenced. Yeah, Arctic in chat and live chat just said chat completely stopped working. What's your ideas? I wouldn't use notes because they tag way too often. Or I mean, they tag only when you desperately don't want them to tag. Or if it's something completely innocent. Yeah. Like if you type in the number 100, it gets tagged. So we have our numbers here. And then now we just got to compare the numbers. Well, first of all, we want to end the voting, so we won't have to worry about this part here. I was thinking in order to, like, end the voting and pass the data into these other things, ideally I would use an AND gate, but you can't link it into those. So, how would I be able to do it? I guess I would have to do it the other way around, where I'd be like, AND gate, only activate whatever wins when the voting ends. But I guess my only option would be able to put it into here. Unless 2 signals can go into this. Oh, no, they can't. Yeah, they definitely can't. So they would go into here like this. So the value, it would power on. Okay, so here's the thing, right? If you want to make it where if a certain amount of things reach a certain amount of votes first, like for example, whichever color reaches 5 votes first will win, right? Then you can basically just be like, value is 5. You know, you can make if the value of this one is equal to 5, you could shut this one back. You can shut this back off, and then you can teleport everybody to wherever the location is. You can do something like that. But if you were to shut this back off, you need to remove this XOR gate and replace it with an and not gate combo, which acts as a true disabler. Because this XOR gate can only handle 2 links. If you try and put a 3rd link in there, it just throws a wrench into everything, and it doesn't work well. It doesn't end well. It doesn't work out well. So I bought everything in the shop. I already had everything in the shop, so there's nothing really for me to get from this. Oh, there's like different sections. Oh wait, this is new. I didn't even know there was like I knew there was a new Zuzi Princess one, but I didn't know it was like I didn't know it was part of the build mode shop. Well, I'm glad I grabbed that. I'm glad. Okay. So yeah, if you wanted to have it where it's like, oh, whoever gets this amount of votes first wins, you can do that. But yeah, I don't know. Arctic, did you figure out anything? Maybe we gotta like shut down the server and reload it, or maybe it's just a global Roblox issue. It probably is. Yeah, Arctic, use Roblox. Use my live chat, and I'll see what you mean. I'll see what you're saying. I have an idea, but I can't talk. All right, let me give you build mode. Let me give you build mode perms. Team builder. I always forget how to spell the name. I ain't so good at spelling. So let me... Team builders, Arctic, Arctic Asylum. I think it's underscored. Yeah, I got it right. All right, you got build mode. Yep, you got build perms. Arnie, it's your server that's broken. Mine's fine. I'm gonna shut down and reload the server. Oh, do you not have build mode perms? Wait, what? Yeah, I must have spelled something wrong. Arctic Asylum. Arctic Asylum. It shows your name there. Do you have it now? Okay, there we go. I don't know what I misspelled first. One sec. Oh, I can't type. I can't type. Arctic, if you're reading this, I mean, if you can hear this, I'm gonna shut down and reload the server. I'm gonna reload it from my autosave real quick. Yeah, give me 1 second here. Give me just 1 second here. Okay, there we go. Alright, you guys can rejoin. Autosave, we're gonna load that in. Arctic's already on the whitelist, right? Yeah, we're good. Oh, what? It didn't even save on the whitelist? Did I shut down too fast? Is that why? I couldn't imagine that was why, though. Alright, whatever. I mean, this wasn't really too hard for me to build. So I'll just go boom, boom, boom. Red, 0.1. Yellow. I don't know why the autosave didn't work. It took my perms away again? That's odd. I've never seen this happen. Something definitely went wrong. I don't know what it was, though. I've never seen this issue happen before. Yeah, it took away your perms. Let me see. Arctic Asylum. Oh, I must have put the L first. Yeah, I must have put the L first. Alright, there we go. Spawn item. We're going to get a stackable coin. I guess it could be any other... A stackable coin would probably be better. Stackable coin. Gift to player. We'll take an if gate. Basically says... And not. And not. And not. And we also got to add in the item value as well. We'll do that second. So now we're going to go in here and put... Has item... Stackable coin. Dude, if the secret update was at least making this menu larger, I would be happy with that. By the way, guys, there's usually a secret update every time an update comes out. We gotta kind of decide what would be best for the secret update, if there is one that comes out. So after we're done with the voting system, I'm going to we're gonna try and take a vote on that. Let me see, but first I'm going to go to stackable coin. We got that set up. These are all linked into here, just like this. There we go. And then AND gate's gonna go for all three of these. Just like that. So far, so good. So far, so good. Modifier Gate's gonna go on top of here. It's gonna do this to prevent the player signal from getting in when the voting starts. Lever's gonna go over here, like that. Timer's gonna go place down right here as well. We're gonna set that to 15 seconds. Lever's gonna go here. I don't know where the digital oh yeah, wait, I got a digital display. Gotta place that down as well. We're gonna put this one up here. Show, no, show timer. Show timer. Put the timer up here to show the voting. This is gonna get set to single use. We're gonna have two info blocks here. One that goes here, one that goes here. Lever's gonna go this one. Timer's gonna go the other one. Like that. Voting start. Voting ends. There. Okay. Yeah, I think we're good. I think we're good. We just gotta add the XOR gate and the other stuff here too. XOR is gonna go up here, do that. Timer's gonna go up here, end the vote, and then this lever starts the vote. And then here's what I learned in my experiments. Okay. Alright, you can go ahead now. So now we gotta add the, alright, so first he's gonna space it out. Is this like the elevator thing? Yeah, I remember you sent a screenshot like this touch trigger elevator you made to count up the total votes. But there's like gotta be a way to do it with the links somehow. Maybe it's a combination of both. Because there is like the greater than or less than incorporations into it. It's just like, how do you compare the three numbers into one? Maybe it requires like a new gate that compares numbers. So like all the counters would share into a single gate, right? All the counters would share into a single gate. And that like the comparator would basically say, hey, whichever one is the, but then how would you get it back out to the, if it's in one gate, how would it choose between three different options, you know? How would that work? Yeah. This is fun. This is fun discovering some new stuff. New update allows prompt triggers to be levers with counter gates. I guess that's so. I mean, technically you could have done that beforehand though. You could have just done a powered, you could have just done this and this, connect this to here, and then just set this to 1. And that would have just done the same thing. You press it, it turns on, you press it again, it turns off. If you ever want to make something toggleable, you just use a looper and have it set to 1. What does it say? You give each value a chance of winning. 1 operation gate per value. This is a max of 10. So you need... Arctic, you good? you just passed out on the floor or something. So yeah, I guess this determines the total amount of votes. So this is a max of 10. Okay. The ground is slippery. I guess it is. Is it okay if we do game night? Maybe. I haven't decided yet. So I guess this determines like how many different things you have. So yeah, this would go into, yeah, so this basically would add up the number 1. It would go into the counter, which makes sense. I want to test with 2 first. Alright, let me know when to start or anything. Yeah, so he's experimenting with it right now. Yeah, because, like, obviously there's a way of saying, like, greater than or equal to, but I guess it's just from whatever's in here, right? So you're just comparing it to whatever number's in here. So if you're saying, the vote is equal to 1, it'll power on. If the vote is greater than 1, then power on. If the vote is greater than or equal to 1, less than 1, less than or equal to, I guess if you use less than, you can kind of make it act like a NOT gate in a way, because it would start out with a value of, it would start out with a value of 0. So I'm wondering if that's just something cool you can do. Yeah, I am wondering. I'm very much so wondering. Ernie, what are you making? We're trying to make a working voting system in Piggy build mode. By the way, I may do this. I don't know when the trailer for Squid Game's coming out. But whenever that comes out, I want to try and release a video on how to make an advanced red light, green light. One that you don't have to sit there and fire guns at people in order to kill them if they stop moving or whatnot. Having Piggy slowly chasing after people if they move or not. A fully automatic Squid Game. I've been telling you guys this, that I wanted to make a tutorial on it, but the tech wasn't there yet. The tech is now in build mode for it to work. Or at least a more optimized version of it, I have to say. But now it's possible. It is now possible. And I definitely want to show a tutorial on that. Like, literally, the game will automatically detect every single player individually, and then if they move when red light happens, it'll kill them. Stuff like that. It's really nice. But I want to try and release a tutorial on that when the Squid Game update comes out, because then Squid Game will be in YouTube's algorithm. And then it'll make the video do better. And isn't like isn't Squid Game season 3 coming out in like June, right? So I imagine they're going to be releasing a trailer this month, right? Chat, does Squid Game season 3 come out in June? Oh, maybe it's July. Okay, if I have to wait until July, I'm probably just going to release it whenever. If it releases in July, I'm probably not going to wait. How would I know? Oh, I don't know if we... A lot of people like to make Squid Game maps, so I thought people might know. Alright, so... What's inside of here, by the way? He's just got like a giant block of something. Not sure. Maybe he's just using it to like hide everything else for now so he can just focus on only 2 votes? Yeah, I think right now he's just only focusing on 2 different votes. So yeah, these are the green indicators, and this will count up the votes as well. Show counter is going to show the count of how many current votes there are, and it's going to go all the way at the very end here. So it goes all the way at the very end, and then goes here, and then is it going to... I thought it was going to like zigzag back and forth or something like that. I don't see anybody in chat named player, what was it? Player 10 says hi? I don't see their name in chat. Oh, I see it now. It's out? The teaser's out? Wait, what? Are you joking? Wait. Did it come out right as I was talking about it? Did it come out just now? No, wait, hold on. Squid Game Season 3. No way. Are you serious? Are you actually serious? I just brought that up off a whim. No one even said it in chat, I don't think. It literally came, the teaser for Squid Game Season 3, it came out 15 minutes ago. Are you serious? Chat, I was here. Can I get a I was here in chat? That's crazy. That, are you, okay, I thought you guys, like at first I'm like, there's no way. There's no way the teaser came out only right when I was talking about it. That's crazy. Well, Squid Game, advanced red light, green light tutorial. Yeah. Should we watch it? I don't know if there's gonna be like gore or whatever in it, so. Chat, can you tell me if it's like safe to watch on stream? Yeah, tell me if it's safe to watch on stream. And if so, I'll watch it. That's crazy, yeah. Arctic is working on this right now anyways. So if it's safe for me to watch on stream, yeah, Will, let me know if it's safe to watch on stream. Yeah, if it's safe to watch on stream, I'll react to it right now. Yeah, that's a crazy coincidence. I think the only crazy coincidence I had was when I was able to almost perfectly accurately guess what mains were coming on the next floor of Dandy's World. Do you guys remember that? In-game chat. Okay, so green indicates the winner. Yeah, green indicates the winner. My thought was for each value, it toggles an XOR gate which says, yo, this value is the highest, so it won. However, if something else powers the XOR gate, someone voting for another option, it cancels out. Oh, I see what you mean. Yeah, so if someone votes on this, it's like, hooray, this one won, hooray. But if someone votes for another one, it'll go and cancel out that other one. Yeah, it'll cancel it back out. I see what you mean. I see what you mean. Like, surely there's got to be a better way of doing this, though, right? Because this became simpler. Adding the data and storing the data becomes easier. But now you just have a whole cluster of links. So maybe it would be nice if I mean, I guess we gotta figure out the concept of how it works first before we give the idea to Epic Tank on how to make a compare link. But still, I don't think there is. Yeah, kind of my idea is like inside the counter, you can also give it a value. So you could say this counter is named A. This counter is named B, right? And when they all go into the comparator, right, it'll basically say, hey, which vote won? Oh, option B won. And then it'll go to 3 different links. They're special, I'll call them alphabet links. They're literally just links that only have one setting, and it determines what their label is. So it's A, B, C, blah, blah, blah. And that way, when it determines the winner, it'll only power to whatever the alphabet link is. So option B will turn on, and the other links will stay off. And then boom, that's how you decide. I mean, it seems a little bit complex, but that would be way better than all this, you know? Not that I'm like trying to diss whatever you're doing here. You're definitely trying to make it possible. I'm just talking about like game conceptually. At most there's blood, you should be fine. Okay. When you vote, I say, when you vote, let's say I vote for A, it powers this on. Yeah, it powers this one on, saying it voted for A. And then if someone votes for option B, what happens? And it cancels the XOR gate. So it cancels this XOR gate. Link it up. I'm gonna watch the Squid Game teaser real quick. Alright. Let me bring up the Squid Game trailer real quick. Hopefully it doesn't have copyright music, but whatever. Whatever. Yeah, let's see. Squid Game Season 3. Yeah, this is official. Oh boy, let's see how this looks. Oh man. So season 2 ended off pretty crazy. I wonder what they're gonna do. People said for the People said for the next game, people run in a circle, and then when everybody stops, if you're within a certain area between like the bridge, you die. Like, you guys know what I'm talking about, right? Because there were 2 different dolls, and I guess they like hold out a bridge. They're both standing here, right? Everybody runs in a circle, but if you're between the 2 dolls, you die. And I would imagine in order to balance that out, everybody wears a watch or something, where if they detect you're not moving within a certain amount of speed, you just, they kill you. I want to see if I'm right. Also, my headphones are not even connected. There we go. Okay, should be good. Let me make sure the audio's working real quick. Yeah, alright, we're good. Alright, let's see it. Oh wait, is that supposed to be player number 1? Because he faked his death last time, right? Are they just gonna not open the coffin and just be like, yeah, that's coffin number 1. I mean, that's player number 1. Source, trust me, bro. Oh, they faked his death? Wait, what? Oh, they're gonna try and recruit him. Yeah, they're definitely gonna try and recruit him. They're gonna be like, yep, you're coming with us now. You're gonna be the next front man. Or maybe not? Wait, why are they just bringing him into the coffin and just... Wait, what? So why even bring him into the coffin if he's just gonna be alive anyways? Maybe he faked his death, but why would they... Okay, maybe what they're doing is he faked his death, right? The guards bring him into the area and is basically saying, like, as a warning, like, hey, listen, if you revolt, this is what's gonna happen to you. Your ringleader here is dead. Better not try anything like that again. But he's only pretending to be dead? And then he joins back into the game. What? I don't know, just having my audio there. It's like a knife? Oh, is everybody splitting into teams again? Oh, they're drawing a number. Okay. Oh, they have the dinner scene. Oh, no. Okay, I thought this was the dinner scene when there were only 3 players left in season 1. No, they're just gonna have the VIPs again. I guess it's about time. Oh, there's some new VIPs too. Wait, what? Yeah, there are. Wait, what was that? So they're in some kind of maze now? They got like 5 minutes left on a timer. Everybody's wearing a team color as well. They're in some kind of maze? Let me see. Oh, they're gonna get separated. So they're only showing one singular game. What game is this? So you got like these boxes. It's kind of like when they gave everybody the Dalgona cookies for the first time. I was gonna say maybe it's their vests. Maybe their vests are inside of there, but they're already wearing the vests. So what could that be? Capture the flag? Oh, maybe. Yeah, maybe it could be. Oh man, is that a Five Nights at Freddy's reference? Guys, is this a Five Nights at Freddy's reference? What was that? Wait, hold on. Ready? Oh, maybe this person's... I don't know if this person's like dead or what, but... Alright, so he's making it on the island. In the scuba gear. Maybe that's how he escaped from the boat. Maybe he realized the captain was corrupt. And so he dove out of the boat on some scuba gear to escape. Or maybe he was just fighting with the captain and something happened with the boat. One of those things. Wait, what was that? Hold on. I know I'm skipping back a lot. I kind of just really want to go into this. So I don't know if the original girl who was, you know, a part of the guards, I don't know if she's escaping or if she's like gonna be helping the cop now. Yeah, wait, hold on. I don't know if she's infiltrating a certain place. Maybe what? Okay, I'm gonna say this. Maybe they purposely edited this out in order to not spoil it. But maybe on this other side, there's the cop is over on this side. Because I'd imagine that's why she's over on, I don't know. Yeah, so you got the new VIPs. Whatever happened to the other ones? Is the same dude here again? I can't tell. There's no way of me telling. So he's breaking back into the place. There's so much that happens all at once here. So you got the prize money, which is almost full. No, that's interesting. Oh, there's more to it, though. Are they going to show the next game? Wait, what was that? I should probably have my headphones on for this. Oh, no, dude. Oh, no. Oh, that's not gonna work out. How? Yeah, because remember one of the players is pregnant? I originally thought that was gonna happen in the bathroom, like, oh no, don't have that happen. No, it looks yeah, what are they gonna do with the baby? Because technically the baby isn't part of the game. So, oh no. I don't know if it's going to be an issue of, like, the guards are going to be like, this baby's not part of the game, they gotta die, or, you know, if she dies, then the baby has to also be taken out as well. Oh, no, she has to live. So this can't be, obviously, this can't be another scenario where, you know, player 1 is the only one left alive again. I mean, I don't expect that to happen anyways. I know he's gonna find a way to get them out. Oh no. Oh, that's crazy. This season's gonna be crazy. Yeah, let me see. All right, let me move my camera back here. Oh man. Yeah, I am very interested to see how that all turns out here. I'm gonna be right back real quick. I gotta use the restroom real quick, and then we are gonna move on to this. We're gonna see if the voting system ends up working here. So I'll be right back. I am back. Nah, but can you imagine, like, you know, the baby's there, and the guards are just like, clause 5. Anybody who is anybody in this building is part of the games. And then they just, like, outfit the baby into, like, the green jumpsuit uniform. Nah, man, that's crazy. Okay. Alright, I'm back, everybody. Let's see. There's a new bug. If you place a transparent block on top of a decal, the transparent block glitches. What? What do you mean? A transparent block on top of a... Oh, wait. Keep in mind, I have no guarantee this... No, I don't blame you. No, I understand. This is just, like, all testing stuff right now. Yeah. But again, my idea of a way of this one working is... I'll explain it later. Alright, let's do this. Wait, did I place this? Is this yours? Is this yours? I totally forgot if this is mine or not. Can we swap out the chat for prompt triggers? Yeah, sure. Yeah, you can do that. I'm surprised that they only showed one game, though. Because they did 3 games, so they're only going to be doing 2 more games, right? Isn't that how that works? In the first season, there was Red Light, Green Light, Dalgona, Tug of War. Yeah, Tug of War. Yeah, there's probably going to be 3 more games. So I'd imagine they're just trying to keep the other ones as a surprise. But whatever that red light, whatever that capture the flag one is, though, I wonder how that one's gonna work out. It seems a little basic, but we just got like a brief trailer thing, so I'm sure it's gonna go more in depth as to how it'll work. They might escape in the game before the Squid Game. What do you think? That would be interesting to see if, like, you know, maybe in the same area where the Squid Game is going to take place, Gi-hun and the frontman fight? I don't know. Maybe that's just a little too cliche, but still. I don't know how it would work. Keep in mind that they both start as winning. Okay. Let's give it a try. So yeah, they both start off as winning, but that can probably just be fixed. This reminds me of mobile's counters. I think. Yeah, see, the main issue with this is that I don't think this is going to work because, I mean, technically it could, but for a 50-player game, instead of having 10 links, you need to have 50 links. So even with these counter gates, it makes making a voting system easier, but I don't know if it's possible. Or at least, if it is possible, it might be too complex for most players to make. And ideally, having a map voting thing is something people have been wanting in the game for a long time, even current day. Like, have you guys ever, type 1 in chat if you've ever joined into a map where you see these buttons placed down with notes for people to vote at a map by standing on top of it before the game starts? Type 1 in chat if you've ever seen that. Literally everybody has had to have seen it. Like, it's impossible for you to not have seen it unless you don't play other people's build mode maps. So having something like that, but in game, would be really good. Really, really good. I set the thing wrong. Oh, the setting? Dang, I can't get through here. Equal to 10. The reason the touch trigger elevators existed. These are all set to equal to. Where are they going to be set to? Greater than? Yeah, maybe they're going to be set to greater than? Can you reveal anything that the community doesn't know will come in the next small update, even if you know? Even if I do know, I can't do that, but genuinely, I don't know. I actually don't know. What is Dandy's World? You should give it a try. Let me see. And I need to wait for the game to figure out that this value has already been reached and won't undo itself. Maybe a power holder? That way it can't unpower? Yeah, maybe a power holder would fix that. What is a remote trigger? A remote trigger is this. You use the remote item to activate it. It's this right here. Yeah, that's basically it. You know links, I build and play scratch. No, I get it. Here. So, real quick, watch stream real quick. So, just to briefly explain what a power holder is. A power holder basically will hold power even if a link deactivates. Whoa, yeah, I gotta put it over here. So, if I put power into a power holder, it doesn't matter how brief the signal is, the power holder will hold the power on. You can also use it to hold player data as well. In order to make that, you take an AND gate, and you take a link hub, you connect the link hub into the AND gate, and the AND gate into the link hub. Whatever you want to turn this on, you put it into the link hub, and whatever you want the output power to be, you output it via the AND gate, and you connect the AND gate into, you know, whatever. That's basically how it works. You don't ever want to put the input signal into the AND gate, though. Just don't do that. So yeah, it doesn't matter how brief the signal is. If I press this button, it lasts for like 1 nanosecond. The button will turn back off, but this will stay on forever. And if you wanted a way of resetting the power holder, you can add a NOT gate on top of it. And then if you want to shut this power holder back off, you just activate the NOT gate. And it'll reset it. You can even make this like brief if you want, just like that. Yeah. That's basically how it works. But if you just want it to hold power and never go back, you just go with this. But you would have to add it in because I don't know where you're going to put it. If that works, then I would have to relink all of this. Oh, no. No. Okay, you know what? It's time that I stop standing around and doing nothing. Let me try and tackle this real quick. Let me try and put all my brain power into this. Value of 1, the counter goes here. So I need a way of comparing the signals. So if I go over, oh, Arctic moved the base plate. There's still a bug in build mode where I can't move my thing further than this. Look at this. I gotta build it like somewhere else. I gotta build it over here, maybe. So if I have 3 different one of these, and the counter, which stores all the values, goes into all of these, like this. I'm just trying to see if maybe there's a more streamlined way of doing this. So, yeah, because the problem is that if you're doing the equals to thing and having it compare, if you wanted to do it for a 50-player map, it would have to go on forever. It would have to go on so forever. You definitely don't want to have something like that. Let me see. You use the Modifier Gate. Wait, what? I mean, if you use the Modifier Gate, it'll, Modifier Gate will counters... Wait, what? Ernie, if you use Modify Gate, will counters forget how many numbers are in them? Well, I was thinking that was a possibility, but you can't even connect... The counter can only connect to this. It can't connect to anything else. It doesn't matter what else you try and connect it to, it won't work. You can even see the example right here. It also connects to this as well, but you get my idea. Let me see. It's unlikely 50 players will vote. Well, I have to have stuff optimized because I'm definitely, if we have a 50-player map and the vote capacity is only to 10 each, everybody's going to be spamming in their votes all at once, and it's going to create it could create a problem where votes tie. Currently, the power flows like this, the green sphere. So yeah, it just goes that way. So you wanted to... Ernie, can you ask Epic Tank if it would be possible to add settings to the no-clip block so you could change the opacity and choose whether survivors and infected NPCs can no-clip through it? That'd be a good idea. Here's the way I'll put it. Just let... You have 2 cups of water, you fill each one... you fill each one by one. Yeah. Yeah, I see what you mean there. And then it would overspill into the next cup. Yeah. Is there any other better way option to get build mode points other than AFK? Nope. You have to either AFK or play the game. I actually like it that way. But they all funnel through one jug. Okay. I'm just gonna... I'm gonna try and brainstorm here the best that I can. So it has the value... And it's going to put the value into all of these. Now, if I set these to... Let's go here and try a 5 method. Wait, what? So we don't lose so much work? A 5? Oh, okay. Well, I was going to try and start from scratch. Because I wanted to see if maybe there was a... Yeah, the other one was a 10 value. If you're gonna redo, do a 3 value? Yeah. If you're gonna redo it, do a 3 value. Yeah, we'll split. Yeah, we'll split. Okay. So yeah, people vote. This one has a vote of 10. This has a vote of 1. This has a vote of like 3 or something like that. And, greater than 1. So, wait a minute. Wait. If it's greater than... Wait, hold on a second. If it's greater than 1, move along. If it's greater than 2, move along. I think this is what Arctic was already doing, but let me see. I'm pretty sure he was doing that one, right? No, it says equal to. No, why don't you just do greater than, right? If it's greater than 1, move along. If it's greater than 2, move along. If it's greater than 1, then everything will trigger. Well, yeah, but I mean, it's like we're going on stages here. So whichever link out of all these reaches the highest. So, like, you know, we do something like this. I mean, not really. Here, hold on. Let me brainstorm a bit here. So if we do something like If it's greater than 1, move along. If it's greater than 2, move along. Greater than 3, 4, 5. We'll do a vote of 5. Greater than 3. Greater than 4. Did I get greater than on the lower one? Yeah, I did. Technically, we wouldn't need the top one, because anything greater than 4 would be a vote of 5. Yeah. Yeah, that's right. I'll put equal to 1 for the first one. Then it's greater than 1. Yeah, greater than 1. Greater than 2. Greater than 3. And then finally greater than 4. So now we have our vote of 5. And you would take this and you connect it to all of these like that. And then you would do the same thing for the other ones as well. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. So this one's equal to 1. Equal to 1. Greater than 1. Greater than 1. We're doing that, right? Yeah, we're doing it right. Greater than 1. Or greater than 2. Greater than 2. Greater than 2. Greater than 3. Greater than 3. Greater than 4. We might be able to discover it live on stream. Let me see. Greater than 4. Got it? Okay, and then now we just take it and we connect it to these other ones here. And then we connect this one to these... whoa, okay, hold on. There we go. Connect it to these other ones as well. There we go. Okay, so we got that set up. That's good. So now we vote up to a total of 5. Now we have to determine which one wins. So how would we determine which one is the winner? Arctic used the block elevators, but this one kind of acts in a similar way, but how do we determine which one is the winner? Spirit, thank you for the dono. I can't wait to make a saw room inside Piggy. I'll be interested to see how that looks. Nuggy, don't you care? Don't you? I don't even know what that means. There was an update? What was it? I put 2 videos on the channel. Go check them out. Yeah, go check them out. Are you doing a tutorial on this? Well, once we figure it out. Right now, we're still trying to figure it out because this voting system is really tricky, actually. I just wish there was a better way. Ideally, in a perfect world, the best way to have a voting system, or I call it a compare gate, right? So you have the counter gate, which has the information. You have the counter if gate, which actually you wouldn't even need this. All you have to do is just have a counter gate, right? So you have 3 of these. Right? And what we're gonna do is inside of here you would have a new setting, and the setting would be called label. So it's very similar. Label is a very similar setting to the remote control where you can give it an ID. I guess you could just call it ID, right? And you would just give it an ID of like A, B, C for each one of these counters. So this vote would be option A, option B, option C, right? All 3 of those signals would go into a new gate called a compare gate. So all 3 of these would go into a new type of gate called a compare gate. So pretend all 3 of them are going into here, right? And then inside of here, what it would basically do is it would say, hey, wait a minute, which one is the greatest, which one is the least, and etc. And when it determines which one's the greatest or the least, it would output into a new type of gate called an ID gate, or a letter gate, or whatever you want to call it. But basically the idea is, it would output into a new type of gate that has the information about these signals. And inside of the ID gate, inside the settings, you would be able to put in that same ID. So this link is option A, this one's option B, and this one's option C, right? So that's set up. So in short, how it would work is option A, option B, option C, you label these. All three of these links go inside of this new compare gate, and you set the compare gate to something like the highest number, determined based on highest number. And when that happens, it'll output into these three, and it will only power on the gate that's labeled option A, or whatever wins, right? So if this one gets the most votes, it'll go into here and say, hey, wait a minute, option A has the most votes, power on option A. And it'll send the power to all three of these gates, but it won't power on unless it gets the signal A, which this first one would. See, if it was something like that, you could make an easy voting system instead of all this, you know? At least that's a way I'm thinking of, like, ideally, just like a rough concept that I have of how it would work. You know what I mean? If it was something like that, it would be a lot better. Phoenix Pow figured it out? Let me see. I don't see him in Twitch chat. Ernie, you can just repeatedly add 1 to every counter with a repeat gate, and whichever counter reaches 50 first is the winning vote. Right, but how do you determine what reaches the thing first? Oh, okay, I guess just reaching the number 50. Yeah, but the problem is that not every map's going to have 50 players, and if you have a lower amount of players, yeah, if there's a lower amount of players, it becomes even more tricky. Because, like, how are you going to determine when the vote ends? Like, obviously, you use a timer to determine when the vote ends, but how do you determine, like, when it comes out, you know? That doesn't work because it doesn't know which counter reached it. Yeah. It has to be dynamic. It has to be where it just works, no matter what, for the most part. We need a feature to have models and move them to a folder that makes it hidden so we can make a system like the elevator system. It takes it out of the folder and puts it somewhere. What do you mean? You mean like having everything be hidden? This might work. Let's see. Let's see. Yeah, the only issue though that I have is that to make a counting system, you have to have like 50 of these gates for it to work. Yeah, you gotta have like 50 of those gates to work. Yeah, it just becomes a big problem because too many players means that it'll overflow the capacity and all three of these things can reach the max votes. Each one of these things could have 10. Too little players means that it's just not going to reach a certain... It's so much. We make it so that when the timer ends, a repeater gate adds 1 to every counter until one of them reaches 50 or a lower number. Oh, so you can use that to bring the votes up until one reaches first. Wait a second, you're on to something. Wait. 1 sec. I think Phoenix is on to something here. So, you can automatically have all the votes go up. So, for example, right? What he's basically saying is that if there's barely any players, what you would end up doing is, when the vote ends, let's just say option A and option B. Option A has 5 votes. Option B has 1 vote. If you use a looper, you can basically add more to the counter until it goes up and up and up and up and up. So 5 goes to 6, 1 goes to 2, and those numbers keep going up and up and up until 1 reaches first. You see what I mean? That's what he means. So that way you can have a capacity of 50 if there are 50 players in there. But if there are too few players in the game, the looper can automatically bring them all the way back up and determine who won. Arctic, did you hear that? We'll try Arctic's system to see how it looks. Maybe we can get some new information on that. But I definitely want to try the looper one. I definitely want to try the looper one. There we go. Okay. If I make a video, I'm gonna try to remember. I'm gonna add the screenshot in it. Okay. So option. All right. So this is the not gate. Okay, got it. I gotta fix that. Oh, okay. Yep. Go ahead and fix it real quick. Knife party was. Wait, what? What about knife party? See, Knife Party could actually probably be a doable minigame that isn't totally unbalanced if you were to use this gear. Yeah, it's literally just a normal knife that does damage instead of insta-kills. If you had something as simple as this, Knife Party would work and wouldn't be totally unbalanced. But it's a gear. It is a gear. Let me see. Someone could vote on something adding. Oh, you know what? While we're waiting for them to finish this, chat, should we do a vote real quick? Okay, I want to put a disclaimer out there. I have no idea. Hold on. I want to put a disclaimer out there real quick. I have no idea if this update is going to have a trademark Epic Tank secret update. You know, where like one more thing gets added in after the update. Like, for example, a Foxy NPC. I have no idea if there is going to be a secret update or not, but I think it would be cool if we could vote on what would be best. So, first of all, I'm going to bring up an old stream video I have that showed all of Epic Tank's concepts. We're not going to go based on just the concepts, though. Let me see. It was called Ranking. Yeah, here it is. Yeah, this is where I was ranking them all. Okay. So yeah, on here. So I kind of just want to look at the tier list real quick because we were putting them in a tier list. I want to see how they all looked. Okay. All right. Let me turn up the quality if I can. There we go. Okay, that's a lot better. Okay. Yeah. So this was from a while back. This was the concept game tier list. A lot of these things we already have. And some of these, alright, a lot of these things we already have. Some of these things are probably going to take too much work, so I don't count on them ever being added in a secret update. So let's determine this real quick. So, decal block, that was already added. Move block, probably is going to take too much time to make. I don't see that happening. Same with the camera block and same with the roller coaster. So, let's look at S tier real quick. Oh, also, this is the game lighting block, which is already added as well. I have no idea what this is. Target block was already added. Cure block was already added. So, we're looking at the damage block, the zone teleport, and the alert block as our best ones. Yeah, slope conveyor was already added as well. There's a couple of these. The mansion door was already added. What else was already added? I have no idea. Oh yeah, the sphere was already added. Explosion block was already added. This is the owner-only spawn, but I mean, technically we have if gates for that now, so we don't want to waste anything. Info block was already added. Powered safe was already added. A lot of stuff was already added. So, I don't know if this... I'm probably going to leave out zone teleport too, because I think Epic Tank said it had some technical issues. So, I'm just going to not count that. So, in my opinion, it is between... No, you know what? Yeah, it's between the damage block. It's basically a powered death block, but it does damage instead of insta-killing, which is perfect for boss fights, Or maybe if you want to have like lava or a deadly thing where if you touch it, you start taking damage. Stuff like that. Or if you want to make all players take damage for a certain bit of a second there, you can do that. There's the alert block. The alert block, basically what it does is, if it's powered on, it'll put an alert bubble above your head. And you can also change the icon of the alert thing to any like decal or whatever. And it also highlights your player. Now I would say that, oh, this one sounds better. It has like a lot more you can do with it and stuff like that. But I think the damage block can literally be used for anything. So that's kind of the balancing you have to go with there too. Personal bias, just a personal bias. If this voting system works, and the chat command block, which is now in the game, this works out as well. If those two things work out, and we get this additional block, which is called the chat disabler block. Basically how it works is your chat will vanish. It'll completely vanish if someone powers it. Or you can make it affect all players, which is nice for stuff like murder mystery and stuff like that if you end up dying. But yeah. Personal bias, if that gets added in, I think I might be able to make Town of Salem in Piggy build mode. Which is kind of like the Roblox game Flicker. But outside of that, if we're just talking about ideas, like even outside of Epic Tank's concept game, one of my other ideas that I've had is called the size block. Basically, the size block, how it would work is anybody who powers this block will turn bigger or smaller. Think of it like the green special potion. You know, when you drink it and you turn larger or smaller? Think of it like that, but it's a block. So you can make all players turn a certain size. You can make whoever powers it turn a certain size. If you're a giant player, you can actually jump up into higher areas. If you're a smaller player, you can actually fit into smaller crevices, which is cool for puzzle making. But not only that, you would be able to use it with trader and custom NPCs as well. What if you want to have a Godzilla NPC in your map, but it's way too small? You use the size block and a touch trigger to make the Godzilla NPC gigantic, right? It would be so cool to have in the game. I don't know if that would be secret update worthy though. But I do want to get your guys' vote. Do you guys have any other suggestions before I make a poll? So far we have the damage block, the alert block, and the size block. The only downside of the size block is that you can't make Piggy NPCs giant because it's a Roblox issue. You just can't. And you can't make Piggies themselves, like the Piggy player, you can't make them giant as well. Epic Tank actually tried doing it with special potions because you're able to give Piggies items now. And you can't. But you can make players giant or smaller, and you can make custom NPCs giant or smaller. Cutscene overhaul, that's too much for a secret update. Secret update's meant to be a small bonus thing. Or like a decent bonus thing, I mean. It's gotta be something for general use. Can't be anything too specific. Like the look trigger seems like it's too specific. Fix the cars? That one seems like it's gonna take a lot more work into it before that happens. If he's gonna do something small in a secret update, I want the no-clip block. Oh, the settings. I see what you mean. Is there any at the testing server? No. I'm in regular build mode. I think I cracked it. You gotta make the counter start at 1. Okay, let's see. Let's try this voting system. You guys think of some more blocks, and then I'll put up a poll. Again, not an official vote or anything like that. But I will share it with Epic Tank, and don't guarantee that anything will happen. I'm probably gonna send it to him, and nothing's gonna happen. That's like 90% chance that's gonna happen. But just keep that in mind. Just keep that in mind for now. It doesn't work yet. Wait, what? Oh, he figured it out. Brain blast. Healing block? Yeah, if the damage block ever did come out, maybe you could have a heal setting for it. Oh, maybe it would just be called the health block. Yeah, it would just be called the health block. And you can either heal or damage people. Yeah, that's actually a direct upgrade. So it's between the health block, you can deal damage to people when it's powered, or you can heal people when it's powered. The alert block, and the size block. Advanced moving and scaling, that's gonna take more work than just a secret update. Oh, oops, I didn't see it. Yeah, you're gonna have a tie system. Now, the tie system's gonna be dependent. It might just be like you hook it up to a randomizer and choose a random option. Or maybe if you want to have one be at priority, you can. It just depends. Does that voting system look complete to you? I have no idea. We're about to find out. Can the NPC stop when the decal block is blocking the point? I mean, the decal block is a transparent thing, so I don't think it will. I think it'll just walk directly through it. Yeah, I mean, it's just a no clippable block, so yeah, I don't think so. Owner spawn point? You could just use an if gate for that. It's got to be something that brings something new in the game. The alert block is literally a new thing where you can highlight players when it powers them. Damage and heal is brand new in build mode. Literally does not exist in the game. And the size block is something that doesn't exist in the game outside of the RNG terrible, the terrible RNG system that the green potion has. You know, when green potions first came out, I regret not going to Minitune and being like, hey, can you add the setting to guarantee the effect? Because that would have made it so much better. Upgraded water. That's coming in a later update. That is coming in a later update. Honestly, if I'm going to be real, I think I think it's most realistic to expect that the damage, that the health block is going to be a good thing for the secret update, because it's something new. It's something that brings something new into the game. And it's fairly quick to make. You see what I mean? The alert block has a whole bunch of settings and blah, blah, blah. You got to set everything up. And the size block has some... Maybe it has some constraints? I actually don't know. Because you're just changing the size of something. But I'll put it in the poll. We'll see how it looks. I'm probably not going to include the alert block, though, because of all the extra stuff you got to add in. Am I only seeing one person vote for the jump block or something? Plus, if you're a larger player, you'll be able to jump high too. Camera block, that's gonna take way too much work. If it's even coming in the game, I have no idea. Alright, let's begin. Let's test out this voting system and see how it looks. Let's see. So we're in here right now. Go to option A, is gonna go there. Number 2, let me fly. So yeah, so far that option is winning. It's at a vote of 2. And then if it reaches the other one, it goes on to the next. And boom. Yeah, so there you go. You could just keep it going. You can just keep it going. Yeah, there's no tie for it. Yeah, even if we did go with Phoenix's looper idea, you would still have to build like 50 of these in order to have like a full experience with it. So technically you can make a voting system. Right now you can, but I'd prefer to wait to make a video on it when I have like an optimized one, right? Instead of having to like go and make a whole bunch of follow-up videos like, oh, here, you gotta add this and then add this. You just have one guide video where it's like, here's one that'll work forever and will work no matter how many players are inside your map. And I'd prefer that I'd prefer that you didn't have to place like 50 links down. You know what I mean? Like, place down a gazillion different links in order to get this to work. Because if we went with Phoenix's idea, you would still have to place down 50 links. I think? Maybe? I don't know. Oh, wait, no. I don't think we have to do that with Phoenix's idea. Yeah, because we're just adjusting the counter. And then whoever gets to 50. No, wait, I think Phoenix's idea will work. You wouldn't need 50 links to make... Yeah, exactly. So let me build out Phoenix's idea. You guys continue with what you're doing here. I'm going to, I'm going to work on Phoenix's idea. Or Phoenix's concept. With the looper concept. So, how this would work is we put this here, like this. I'm not going to put it too far away or anything like that. I'm going to put this here, like that. So, let me rebuild the voting system from scratch. Arctic, can I delete all this? Yeah, Arctic, can I delete this or no? Okay, alright. So let me remove these real quick. I'll let you delete it because I don't want to accidentally delete the base plate. I definitely don't want to do that. Definitely don't want to do that. Oh, is this not even hooked up to an item? Wait, what? Oh, maybe I forgot it? Yeah, let me just put this here. Okay, yeah, this will give the item to all players. Guys, I think we might be able to crack the code here. No, okay, I should have been more specific with my words. I mean, I meant to say, sorry, I should have been more specific with my words. I should have said, can I delete, yeah, let me try this. Blue, red, and then yellow. Okay, we got that set up. Guys, I think we might be able to make the voting system now. Alright, so we're going to have this here, like that. This is going to connect to that. This is going to connect to this. And then this is going to connect to that. We're going to make sure it's set to has item stackable coin, wherever I can find this. Yeah, there it is. Stackable coin. And not. And not. Stackable coin. There it is. So we got that set up now. We're going to place down our AND gates right here. We're going to place down a modifier gate that's going to be hooked up to all three of these. Guys, we might make history here. We might make history here. AND gate's going to go to these ones right here as well. We're going to put this here, like that. Okay, so that's good. This is linked up to everything. Oh, wait, no. Let's put this here. Yep, we cannot forget this. We're going to put that here. We're going to take our lever, which is going to start up the start the voting basically, and start the voting timer. We're going to get an info block that announces when it starts and when it ends. So this is going to announce vote end. And this right here, which is going to be set to one-time use, is going to set up vote start. We're going to set the voting time for 15 seconds. We're going to put a digital display at the very top for the, where's it at? Where's that? There it is. For the voting time. We're going to have it set to show timer. Good, we got that. The timer is also going to be set up to an XOR gate that is going to power this off. Just like that. It's going to go down here. And then, yeah, the timer's going to go up to that. And the lever's going to go up to this as well. Just like that. Should be good. Right there. Okay, we got that. Now what we're going to do is we have that set up. This is going to determine when the vote starts. Now we're going to have our operation gate, which is going to basically determine when the thing is going to go. or how much value to add. So we're going to take our AND gate, we're going to put it here. We're going to have it as a value of 1. We're going to be adding it. Same thing, we're going to duplicate on both sides here. Value of 1, we're going to add it. Value of 1, we're going to add it. And then now we're going to have our counter. Counter's going to go here on both sides. On all 3 sides, I mean. Have it here, and then have it here. And then now we need to set up our looper. So when the time ends, we're going to have a looper. Is that even a looper? No, that is not a looper. That is not a looper. We're going to have this going through here. I'll put it at a little bit of an angle so it's not hard to see when I link this back up that it goes across. We're going to go over to here. We're going to set that to that. Boom, we got our looper set up. And now what we're going to be doing is... I think we might be able to do this. We'll have our looper go to all 3 of these because when it's time, we're going to increase the numbers. Alright, let's see. So, counter if gate. We're going to have our counter if gate on all 3 of these. Which is going to go here. Which is going to determine, like, whichever one reaches the number 1 first is going to, the number first is going to win. So we'll have this set to equal 50, equal 50, and equal 50. That way, in a perfect world, if all players vote for the same option, it'll still work. So it'll do that. Boom, there we go. So when voting ends, this will continuously loop and add until it reaches 50, and then whichever one reaches 50 first, it'll disable the looper. So let me add in an AND gate. So instead of having the looper go directly, I'm just gonna instead use an AND gate, and then I'm gonna do that same exact thing where it goes here. I may not need this part. I might be able to trim the fat and remove this part here. Actually, I think I might be able to. I think I might be able to just not have that. But I'll have the AND gate behind it instead. So I'll have the AND gate behind it. So we'll go AND gate on top of here, goes down to this one like that, goes here. So instead of having the timer directly connect to the looper, I'm gonna have it connect to the AND gate. And then we'll have our disabler be up here, right at the very top, which will disable the AND gate once any of these options reach 50 players. And because we're having multiple things link up to a NOT gate, we're going to use a link hub to store all 3 of those. Because for those of you who don't know, if you try and link up more than one thing to this, it doesn't work to a NOT gate. So that's why we bypass that limit by having this. So now when any of these options reaches 50 players, it will stop the looping and it will choose whatever option it goes to. So we'll have a red slab right... Oh, dang it. Wait, here. Let me move this over here. There we go. So we'll have a red slab right here. We'll have a green... we'll have a blue... Let me see. Let me put this here. Guys, I think we did it. I think we actually did it. Huge shout out to Phoenix, though. It was that one last bit of information that we needed. Okay, let me see. Let me make sure. Yellow, red, blue. So let's go ahead and color these real quick. Yellow, red, blue. So yellow, red, and blue. Then we're going to take a teleport block on each one, and we're going to have it set to all players, so every player gets teleported. Teleport affects everybody, and affects everybody. So now we're going to have this one linked up to yellow. We're going to have this one linked up to red. We're going to have this one linked up to that. And then now what we're going to do is we are going to... Let me see. Oh yeah, we need one last piece. The final one is having the counters. That way we can actually see what the votes are. So we're going to have... we're going to put... I guess it doesn't matter. We can put this here. We'll put this here, we'll put this here, and we'll put this here. And then for the values, we're going to just put them here. And then we got to make sure the digital display shows the counter. So we got to go change the settings for these. And other than that, I think we got it. I think we got it. Show counter, and show counter. Now it should work no matter how many players are in the map. So, let's go ahead and give this a play test. Okay, let me just make sure everything's good real quick. When the voting ends, it'll do that. And yeah, let's give it a try. Jarvis, go ahead and enable voting system. Okay, so you guys ready? So first, let's make sure it doesn't work. There we go. Okay, so nothing happens when I try and vote for anything. Very good. You can even see it enables real quick. Yellow. Good. Now we're gonna enable voting. So let's vote for yellow. So I voted for yellow. What are you guys gonna vote for? And if I try and vote for yellow again, nothing happens. If I try and vote for red, nothing happens. So now, when voting ends, it's going to total up everything, and when it reaches the number 51st, it'll end up doing that. The only thing I need to do, though, is I need to use a perfect looper instead. That way it makes the process significantly faster, and then the voting will end immediately. So now, whichever one reaches the option first, there it is! It shuts everything off! We just made a voting system in build mode! Let's go! Say I was here in the chat! Alright, so, there's one minor upgrade that I do want to make to this. I have to use a perfect looper, because you guys noticed that looper does take a bit of time for it to finish, and that's because the looper has a cooldown. How do ties work? That's a good question. Yeah, I'll have to figure that part out. I'll have to. Oh, you're watching the stream, so I just thought I'll have to figure that part out. Yeah. Okay, so that's good. That's good. We have a really good start here. That way, instead of having like, because instead of having to have like a million different things, not that I was saying this is bad or anything like that, but instead of having to have anything too lengthy, when I was looking at these, I was like, there's got to be a way to just get it to work in some way. Shout out to Phoenix, though. Can I get W's in chat for Phoenix? That looper part was able to make everything just work out really nicely. Okay, alright, so, good, that's set up. Now, instead of using a regular looper, I am going to use a perfect looper. A perfect looper is basically just a looper, but without a cooldown. In order to build that, it's nothing too crazy. Let's go ahead and do this. So, we're gonna put a loop, AND gate, looper, timer, NOT gate. So we're gonna have the power source go into the AND gate. AND's gonna go into looper. Looper's gonna go into NOT gate and timer. If you watch my decal guide video, you saw me do this. Timer goes into looper, NOT goes into AND. And we're gonna set this to like 0.1. I don't know if we can make it that low. Maybe we can make it 0.2 and then we'll adjust it later and see if that works. And then we'll have the looper go to all three of these. Okay, we got that. You'll have to have some extra links. Yeah, I definitely will. I definitely will. Okay, let me see. So, I think I could just put the link hub on top of here to disable this and make it stop working. I think I'll be able to do that. Let me see. I think that might work. Let me see. Yeah. Alright, let's see. So this should make the total count up go much faster. So let's go ahead and do this. I'm just gonna vote for red. You guys vote for whatever you want to go for. Alright, alright, alright. Okay, oh, you guys made a tie. Wait, no. Uh-oh. Yeah, so it goes much faster, but I'm gonna try and add in something that makes it go even faster than this. Is it really 0.2 seconds? Yeah, it definitely is 0.2 seconds. Yeah, I think it... Hold on. Yeah, it just chooses one. What I'll do is... Oh, you know what? I might be able to fix this with an AND gate. So, my logic is, if the game detects that all three of these are equal, then it will disable this. So in order to do that, okay, before I move on to that, give me 1 second. I'll add a timer at the end of these. Right? I'll add a timer at the end of these that will slightly delay the teleport. That way, if it detects a tie, it'll stop the teleport before it happens. But before I do that, before I move on to that part, I want to test the normal thing real quick, just to make sure the count up is the fastest. So we'll do 0.2. That way people don't have to wait long, but it's enough of a delay to stop it before it happens. So yeah. Let me set this to... Oh, wait, yeah. Yeah, there we go. I don't ever set the timer that low because I didn't even think that could... At least whenever I do decal animations and stuff like that, I don't ever set it to lower than 0.1 because even that gets kind of rough. Vote for red. Vote for red. Vote for red. There we go. Alright, so 5, 4, 3... How come the info... Do the info blocks even display? Yeah, they do. Oh, that's so much faster. Oh, that's so much nicer. Maybe we could set it to even lower. Okay, good. I'm going to do one more test. I'm going to set it to a really low amount. A really low timer. So maybe we might be able to just go... And then it'll end. So let's do 0.001. I know we probably shouldn't do it that low, but I do want to test it real quick. I do want to see. Vote for red again. Okay, red. There we go. All right, everybody, let's see. Let's see. So hopefully if we set it to something extremely low like that, it'll just count up everything almost instantly. Okay, here we go. No, so I think it has a minimum cap. I think if you set the number too low, I mean, that's not too long to wait anyways. You can always just display a message at the top of the screen that says, and the winner is, and then maybe have a drum roll sound effect. Since you only have to wait like 3 seconds, can this system restart? That's a good question. We'll get into that, tie detector if you want. Let me see if I can figure it out first, and then I will let you. I just want to see if I can, like, conceptually get this. So, this is fast enough. I'll leave it like this for now. But let's take a look and see. So, ideally, my idea is, if all 3 of these power on at the same time, this AND gate will go, hey, wait a second, something's wrong here. And it will stop these timers, it'll stop the teleport from happening, right? So, ideally how this would work is, if it detects, this AND gate up here will be the tie break, the tie detector. So we'll put this up here. We'll have some disablers, like this. So it'll disable any of these from actually initiating the teleport. And again, the reason why we have the timer is so that this teleport and the tiebreaker doesn't happen at the same time. The tie detector has the priority. So the tie will happen before the timers finish their timer, even though it's so short, you know? So we're gonna have this here. We're gonna go not gate into here, not gate into here, not gate into here. And then what we're gonna do is we're gonna have one singular link hub at the very top that is gonna be connected to all 3 of these, since we're shutting off all 3 of these, basically all 3 of these. And then what we're gonna do is once those are shut off, it is going to wait about, just to make sure, we might not need this extra delay, but just in case, I'm going to put like 0.4, and then once we do that, we're going to have a random selector, just simply randomly select whatever's the winner. So, if there is a tie, it will randomly select whatever's the winner. So, we can just choose this, and boom, there it is. It'll just randomly select whatever it is. Now, if you do want to have it where, hey, if there's a tie, only this option will win. Then instead of just having this randomizer, you can just connect the timer to whatever you wanted to prioritize. And bada bing, bada boom, I think we're good. Let's try this. Let's get this good. Let's get this good. Vote red. What about two-way ties? That's a good point too. That is a good point too. Let's test this first to make sure it works. Alright, so, red. There we go. Yeah, vote red. Or don't vote. Either one. Since my, my option's gonna win anyways. Oh, oops. Choose a color that you'll vote right now. I'll vote red. What are you guys gonna vote? I want to make sure it's predetermined before the game starts. Alright, Arctic is gonna vote blue. Mobile vote yellow. Yeah, there you go. Alright, let's see. Let's see. Okay, I'm gonna vote red. And here we go. There we go. Voted. Did you guys vote? Vote. Vote. Someone didn't vote. Who didn't vote? Arctic, you forgot to vote. Wasn't fast enough. Here. Do it again. Alright, I'm gonna vote for the same one. Okay, I'm gonna vote red. Good. We got the tie. So now, like I said, if all three of these power on at the same time, it will activate this AND gate before it activates these teleports, and it will shut off the teleport access, and then it'll just randomly choose an option. So let's see. Let's see if it works. There it is. There it is. Oh, wait. Hold on. I think I said it wrong. I think I might have said it wrong. No, I don't think I said it wrong. I think we're good. No, because it immediately goes here. So it's instantaneous before it reaches this, and then it does that. Alright, one more time. No, I think it worked. Yeah, because it did that, it shut these off, and then it goes and randomly selects. I might not even need a high enough delay. I might not even need a delay on this one, actually. Yeah, because if it's... No, I actually don't even need this timer. We can just have the random selector. I just want to have it as a safety precaution. Arctic, you gotta vote. There you go. We need him to spread the word. Spread the word about what? Okay, alright, let's see. And... yeah. It voted randomly red again. I literally just made a game-accurate FNAF power drain. Yeah, you can definitely do that. Yeah, because you can have it set at higher values, and you can just have a looper, instead of power rate going at 1, if someone's using something, you can have it switch to a looper that's set to power drain 2. Like a operation block that's set to 2, or whatever that's higher. And have an AND gate that's like, if both doors are closed, change to operation gate value 3, and it starts using 3 power at a time. So you can definitely do that. Okay, first, I want to delete this. Don't need it. And it'll just randomly select when it's done. Cool. One other thing I do want to test real quick is I want to see how much lower I can make it without it defaulting to a new number. Yeah, see, if it changes into that. So, 4 zeros. I think that's the lowest you can set it. Let's try one more time. One more time. Okay, here we go. Red. Okay, the vote has begun. Arctic is going to vote blue. There we go. So yeah, it should just vote us. It should just put us onto a random place. Okay, now it's counting up the votes. You can have this portion be like, and the winner is, with a drum roll. And there it is. So now we have a working tiebreaker as a part of this now. Very, very good. We got it. Okay. Good stuff. All right, so now we have to worry about, I think the last thing we have to worry about is two-way ties. Now, in a perfect world, having it, you should be able to have infinite voting options. So instead of just 3 voting options, you should be able to have a bunch of them. A huge amount of them, right? So, maybe what I can do, maybe I can change it. So instead of using an AND gate to detect all 3, maybe what we can do is we can use an XOR gate. That way, if any 2 options are tied, it'll change it, but then how would it know which two to choose it between? You know what I mean? So if there was a two-way tie, it would be nice if it could choose one of those two maps randomly. But the problem is that with this current system, it would just choose any map randomly. Like, how would it know which two to go to? I think that would be too many links to set up, right? It ain't that hard? Okay. Alright, go ahead and show me now. Okay, you can go ahead and show me now. I'm finished with what I'm doing. So yeah, that was kind of just like my general idea. I'm like, oh, maybe I can do that. Let me see. Ernie, just have the tiny randomize into the links be the randomness? What? I have no idea what you mean. What hour is it in your, in what hour is it? For me, it's 5:30 p.m. Are you gonna make an update tutorial on how to make a FNAF powered system? Did I show you guys how to make a FNAF powered system? Oh yeah, it was in my 3 random builds video. Yeah, I made that so long ago. Yeah, maybe I will. Maybe I will. Yeah, maybe I will. Let me see. Ernie, when did you turn slow-mo off of YouTube? Did I? I don't remember turning that off. Let me see. Oh, I guess I did. I'll set it to like 5 seconds. There we go. There we go. Fixed. Thank you for letting me know. I think it was when my YouTube settings got reset. I think it happened during that. Did you make a voting system? Yes, we did. And look at it. It's all nice and compact here. Instead of having to have like a million different links and stuff like that, we had one person in chat give the idea of using a looper to count up total ties, and then I took care of the rest. And look at this. It works. One sec. I'm gonna show tank. Okay, give me 1 second. So ignore this cluster of links. Mobile's making like a two-way tie breaker thing, but so far this current tie thing, this current voting system, it works no matter how many players are in the map. No matter how many players are in the map, it works. It can be 1 person, it can be 50 people, it doesn't matter. So here's how it works. When the vote starts, go ahead and vote. So, vote whatever. So it's gonna do that. So once that's done, it's going to go and do this. So in order to make it where it counts up votes for no matter how many players are in the map, it brings it up to 50. That way, if 50 players are in the map, it can go to a higher number. But if there are too few people, it can bring up the number automatically. And because Red was the first one to reach 50, it won. Now, if there ever is a case where all 3 of these light up, all 3 of these reach the same amount of votes, before it initiates the teleport using this delay, it'll activate this AND gate, and it will disable the teleports, just like that, and it will it'll randomize to a random location. I don't know where the randomizer went. Oh, mobile's working on it right now. Yeah, it's great, because when I saw that people were like, oh, we need like 50 if gates, 50 counter if gates for every single row of votes, I'm like, there's got to be a way to like make it more compact, because the pieces are there. It's just, there's something we're missing. Can you speed up the voting? No, we can't. So the lowest time we could set this to, we're even using a perfect looper. The perfect looper has no cooldown. And even with a perfect looper, we set this to be the lowest time, and that's the lowest you set it. If you set it to a number any lower than this, it actually does this. It automatically converts to 1e to the 10th power, which for some reason reconverts back into a higher number. At least I think it does. Yeah, it's odd. It's pretty odd. It doesn't even look like it's going at this low of a speed. But it's not that big of an issue, because during this time when vote ends, you can kind of just put in, people aren't going to see all these background links. So when the voting ends, you can basically be creative with it and be like, and the winner is, with a drum roll sound effect, and they only got to wait like 5 seconds or so, and the votes will be counted. And for higher player servers, it's even less than that. Yeah, you only gotta wait like 5 seconds if there's a really low amount of players too. So, it's optimized. It's nice. Just make like 2 perfect loopers. Yeah, I had that idea at the very beginning. It slipped my mind. That's a good idea. Let's do 2 perfect loopers. Because I saw when you made the video, the teaser video on the chat command block, and I noticed you were having like a looper chain. And I'm like, maybe, is that a faster way of doing it? That's something I've never tried before. Yeah, let's do 2 perfect loopers. Let's loop it up. Now, I just had to make sure this disabler works, though. I gotta make sure it works properly. Actually, I think I can just connect it to both of these and we'll be fine. Yep, I think we'll be good. I think we'll be all good. Alright, so I'm gonna take a shortcut here. Instead of, like, having to relink a bunch of stuff, I'm just gonna have this one be the one connected to the voting system. And then I'm gonna have this one be the one that's connected from the ending voting timer. So we're gonna take a timer, we're gonna put it up here. And gate's gonna go down here. Not gate is going to go down here as well. Okay. And to looper, let me see, power source to and. So instead of it going here, we're gonna go here. And then we gotta connect this looper to the and gate as well. There we go. Okay, so power source to and to looper, looper to not gate and timer, timer to looper, not gate to and. It would just be nicer if the looper had a new setting where you could set the cooldown. So instead of so you could just set the cooldown to be like 0. That way it kind of just works like this. See if it works on your bank game. Is there a voting section on the bank game? I'll have to see. I'll have to see. Okay, let me set this to 0.0001. Good, that's set up there. Let me make sure I have everything set up properly first. There we go, that's there, and then I'll just have this link hub disable. Oops, didn't need to place that. I'll have this link hub disable both of these. Or I guess not? Wait, what? What is this even connected to? Wait, how is this one connected up there if it was able to... Oh, it got disabled. Wait, what? Oh, it got de-linked. Okay, I would like to do this, but mobile's currently working on some stuff right now. But I will try the double looper in a bit. Yeah. Yeah, so mobile, this link hub is going to shut off both of these not gates. Yeah, I'm basically just using a double looper, but instead we're using, I don't know if you broke it or not. It could have been me. It's just this. This looper can't connect to this not gate. Probably wasn't you. Yeah, because originally I was like, oh, I guess I could just loop it. I guess I could just connect it to here. And then it'll work out the same way. Okay, never mind. Carry on. Carry on, carry on. So we're going to do this. And then... I don't know if I should have it to 2 of them, though. Because if they're both connected by this, it might cause some issues. Yeah, you know what? I'm going to play it safe. I'm just going to have a separate one for each. I'm going to play it safe. So we'll have this go here. Into this. What is it already connected by? Nothing's going into here. What? Oh, wait. Oh, okay. Got it. Yeah, I see now. I see now. This goes into... Jeez. I'm all, like, tangled up in link spaghetti here. So we're going to go here. That's going to go down there. Everything else on this should be fine. That's connected up into here, and then goes down into there, and then there we go. Okay. So, when the timer ends, it'll start looping these. And then what do we have disable this? The tie link should work now, and randomly select between the 2 options. Wow, that is some crazy setup. Okay, I'll have to look at that in just a second here. Let me fix this real quick. Then once we do that, I'll figure out how all this works. Then we will do that. Okay, so that's set up there. That looper goes into this. Power source goes into and. That's already set up in stone. And then that this looper is going into the proper spots as well. All right, so what did we have disabled this? I totally forgot. So it counts up all the votes. And I think we made it where if any of these votes get chosen, it... Yeah, that's right. I remember now. If any of these votes get chosen, it disables these. Okay, we're going to do this. Connected to both of these now. There we go. Okay, so I think this perfect looper is going to go even faster now, but I guess we're going to find out. Okay, alright, let's see. So we're going to go over to... Alright, I'm going to vote for... Yeah, go ahead and vote for wherever you guys want to vote for. Red? Sorry. You know what? I'm not going to vote. I won't vote. I won't vote. You guys vote for your colors. Yeah, you guys vote for your colors. Okay. You guys ready? Here we go. So mobile incorporated a new system where if two separate things tie, it'll do a tiebreaker between those two options. Which is crazy. I don't know how he's able to do that. I guess I'll figure it out after this. Let's make sure it works though. Wait, did he not vote? Oh, he didn't vote. Wait, what? Okay, you know what? Never mind. Arctic is having some keyboard issues, so I'll vote. Arctic, don't vote. I'll vote. And mobile will vote too. Yeah, because I remember saying he said he was having keyboard issues earlier, so let me make sure I do that. Okay. Let's go ahead and pull the lever. Okay, what are you gonna vote for? I'm gonna vote for red. Okay, so we got an option, we got a tie between these two options. All good here, all good here. Yeah, I realize this. Oh, here we go. So it's going to choose between two of these options, and it randomly chooses between the two. Awesome. That's great. It works. Okay, so my question is, how does it work? I want to see how this functions, because he changed some of the links around here, and I need to see. Yep, I'm still live. So, first of all, I did like how he had it where it disables all three of these using one singular NOT gate. That's great. So all three of these go to the same options, of course. Now, let's look at this now. Let's see how this looks. Do any of these other ones go to these at all? Nope, I don't think they do. Nope, I don't think they do. Okay, alright, so he puts all three of these into a looper. All three of these options are going inside of a looper. And the looper is set to 2. So I guess it just toggles on and off once. This is tricky. I'm not exactly sure how this works. Also, real quick, there's a he changed the tiebreaker. So I guess what he did was, let me see. It toggles on and off for each option that ties. Okay, Chat, if we can figure out this last mystery, we got a working voting system in build mode. That's like, I believe is flawless. Once I can figure this out, we'll be good. Once I figure this out, we will be good. I just want to make sure I understand it for myself. So, it's going up into 3 different AND gates. So I saw that you had 3 AND gates here. Like this. So you got 3 new ones here. So you have an AND gate going up into here, an AND gate going up into here. What else is connected by these AND gates? What else? Oh, wait. So the AND gate goes over here. Okay. And then there's a link option over here. I'm surprised you thought of this so quickly. What are you building? We're about to finish building the first ever perfect working voting system in build mode. The link hub goes into the AND gates. Let me see. Where do we start? Where does the tie start? So the tie, I imagine, starts if any of these two options tie. So if we go here, this one ties. Well, you changed how it works normally too, because there's a delay in which it teleports. So I imagine the AND gates up here determine what are for the two-way tiebreaker teleports. So they teleport directly here. So then in that case, what's the link hub for? So the link hub is for something specific, but I'm gonna put the link hubs on top of here. That way I can kind of not be too confused, because these ones just output over to here. So this powers on an AND gate. Basically says, hey, this option was chosen, and it powers this. And then this one goes here, powers on the AND gate, and it says, hey, this option was... Actually, no, it wouldn't power on the AND gate, because this needs to be powered on first. This link hub. So what is powering this link hub? So it's choosing between... The randomizer is choosing between any of the two options that were chosen. And it's only being active if the link hubs themselves are being chosen by the randomizer. At least, I think. It's only choosing one singular option. I would imagine that the randomizer is going to link into the AND gates, though. Wouldn't it link into the AND gates and not the thing that's... Because these are just stopping the other votes that weren't voted from being chosen. So, let me see. Where does this... Over here with the number gate. AND gates do not detect when there is a tie. Right. So it starts with this. Basically adds an option onto here. And goes over like this. Oh, so does it go to like 51? Or no, you're using like greater than. Okay. This number gate detects when there is a tie. Okay. Yeah, it detects when there's a tie. How does it do it, though? How does it detect when there's a tie? I'm still trying to, like... Because I imagine, like, everything goes here. It powers this on. But then the looper. How does the looper know... So it goes over here. It adds a number. And then the number goes into here and it stores that information. And then it says greater than or equal to 2. So if... Oh, here we go. So mobile says when one or the other numbers reach 50, then... so when one or the other number gate reaches 50, they power the operation gate over here to add... Yeah, right here. Oh, did you change the settings for this, maybe? Yeah, equal to 50. So when one or the other number gate reaches 50, they power the operation gate over here. Yeah, but doesn't it power the looper? What is the looper for? Why does it go through a looper? Yeah, because you have it set to 2, so I imagine it would turn on and off and then just be gone. So when one or the other number gates reaches 50, they power the operation gate over here to add 1 into this number gate. Okay. So if the number gate is greater than or equal to 2, that means there is a tie. I get it now. Okay, I see now. I see. Alright, see you, Arctic. Thank you for being here. Alright, so I get that. So now this is used to do a tie. Okay. The power to looper to power to the operation... they power the looper in order to power the operation gate because the operation gate is stupid where you can only power it once. I see. So you can only power this thing once. But how is the looper able to make it work then? If you can only power it once, then how is the looper able to make it work? It just does? So when it's perma-powered, it can't be powered again. Okay. Right. Yeah, I see what you mean by that. Yeah, so this is just putting in a signal. Because I was like, does this looper detect when... Because all 3 of these power on at the same time, so how is it detected? But no, that makes sense. So it'll go and power this on twice. Well, if all three of these are powering this looper, wouldn't it just, it would go on and off. So it would go on and off. It would only be one. Okay. So how would it end up being two then? The looper will loop the number of ties there are. Oh, is that not how it works? Because I know if it's set to 1, when you power it, it just stays on like a power holder. But when it's set to 2, I thought it goes on and off. And then it just stays off. So I got that right? Right? So it goes... So when it's set to 2, when the gate is powered, it'll go on, off. And it'll just stay off unless it's triggered again. I think I got that right. Did I? So I didn't know that these operational gates... Of course, Ernie, you had to actually manage to do it. Wait, do what? Do what? Every time a looper gate is powered, it'll do its function that many times. Okay, I'm very confused. So, it's mainly a confusion about the looper, right? So, all three of these, oh, here, watch stream. Okay, so all three of these are going to activate at the same time, right? Or at least if, oh, 2 of these activate at the same time, because only one of these would activate first. Yeah, only one of these would activate first. I see. No, that was my confusion. I was misconceptualizing it with it only being this. So, yeah. So if this only activates once, it only adds an operation number of 1 in there, and that's that. But if 2 of these activate at the same time, because they're both activating simultaneously, what happens if a looper is activated at the same exact time by 2 different things? Does it just somehow like that, where it just goes on off like that, like simultaneously at the same time? It does 2 loops 2 separate times at the same exact time? Or does it, like, finish up after each other? Even though they both happen at the same time? The if gates, I mean. So it'll loop 4 times in this example if there's a tie. I didn't know it could do that. How does it even know to do that? That's crazy. I would have never known that the looper could just, if it received 2 signals at the exact same time, instead of it doing 2 loops, it does 4 loops. Why does it even do that? Why does it even do that? That's crazy. Okay, okay, so good. That makes sense. So that's set up. Okay. Alright, so even if all 3 of these activated, or 4, or 5, or 1,000,000, because this is set to greater than or equal to, it'll count any number infinitely above. That makes sense. So this will detect when the tie happens. Great. So when the tie happens, it'll disable the teleports. That makes sense. Now, what do we do about this? So now we move on to this section where we have some kind of interesting looking thing here. How does this part work? This part is confusing to explain, to be honest. Oh man, if that last part was confusing to me, then imagine this. You could try. Let's start with this AND gate. Or whatever the 2 things required to power it are. Yeah, or whatever those are. Whatever those may be. Whatever those may be. Let me see. As a programmer, for loops are cool. Loopers, Mobile is the king of loopers. He's been able to find out some insane tech I mean, like how you just saw about this. So the counter if gate will power the AND gate, and the AND gate will power the looper, and the looper will power the NOT gate, making a custom looper setup. Looper will also connect to the randomizer. Okay, so what does this looper do? This looper has default, is basically default. NOT gate to AND 2, by the way, forgot to mention that. Yeah, that's right. So what does this looper do? This looper powers this randomizer. So I think this is going to be another thing having to do with link tech. This looper is at default settings and is hooked up to the randomizer. Is there more tech? More looper tech I should know? So I think this has to do with more looper tech. Because you can see the settings are default. And the reason why is because there's a specific reason I don't know, but I know that when you make the perfect looper, you have to have the settings default too. So think of it like that. Yeah, there you go. Yeah, see, on track. Yeah, so it's almost like a perfect looper in a way. But without a timer, I guess. So, let me see. Yeah, because this detects the tie, and this randomly chooses, but this somehow, and this up here, is able to somehow determine which two options tied. So I think that's the core fundamental. Uh-oh, tags. Where instead of a timer, there's an XOR. And two link hubs. Okay. So, yeah, instead of a timer, it's XOR and two link hubs. Those three links act as a timer. So these three links end up acting as a timer here. Let me see. So that's going to go in there, disable the thing. This is going to go in here and power the looper. And this looper will go and undo that once again. Where does this come from, though? So this also goes into... Whoa. Okay, so the looper goes directly into this. Looper goes directly into this here. This XOR, what is it being powered by? This, yeah, so this goes into here. So the randomizer will select between the link hubs that connect to all of the options from before. Those three links act as a timer. Okay, let me see. So don't worry, we're like on the cutting edge of being able to grasp this. So this is okay. So these three things are connected. So up here we have an AND gate. So whenever a certain option powers, it'll power its own separate AND gate, and the AND gate is also powering this. Huh. Okay. So it's powering that. And then I imagine these link hubs are also powering the other one. Ah, okay. So that's how that works. But don't you need this in order to power the AND gate in the first place? So I guess maybe it, what is powering these what is powering these AND gates? I mean, these link hubs. So it's the randomizer. So the randomizer is powering those. So the looper will go and choose a random option. It'll say, hey, between these, choose one of these. But then again, like if it chooses a... Yeah, because the randomizer can't discern between two different options. It can stop a signal, but it can't discern like which two options. So if this tie, if this and this tie, what if it chooses this? So I imagine that's why there's a looper, so that it continues to keep looping and as quickly as it can, so it can find one of the two options that is available. So conceptually, I understand that part. So when it goes, and I'm trying to figure out what comes first. So it chooses that. It'll power this AND gate. So when it chooses this, it'll power this and shut this back off. I'm having like a deja vu moment. I don't know why. It'll shut this back off, and it'll disable this. It'll disable this. Remember that before? I have all the counter if gates connected to the AND gates, meaning that only one option actually only the option that actually tied can be selected. Yeah. Yep, that's right. Yep, that's right. So it'll go and randomly select one of these options, right? And it'll say, hey, one of the options has been selected. But if this option was selected, and this is powering it, and it has been selected, it will shut this back off, and it will teleport them here. Okay. That part I get. The final part that I need to understand all this is I need to make sure that I understand this here. So, yeah, that's the only part I have to understand. Is the concept of how this loops super fast. Or it chooses it instantly. So, how does this mobile, how does this looper, does this looper rapid fire, or what does it do? Because conceptually, I think what it does is it keeps looping until one of the correct options is selected, then it shuts off this, this timer, basically, and then it does it. But how does it do it so fast? Because this is connected here, right? So it'll just rapid fire it, blah, 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 it'll go super fast. Yep, it's powering it super fast on and off. I wonder if we can do that with this instead. It's instant? How does it work instant? Yeah, everybody, we're on the final step here. So if I can understand how this works, we can get it to go. We can get it to go. It's instant. If only I could actually see it in action, but because it's instant, I can't even watch it when the game starts. So that'll go into here, that'll go into here, and then this goes back into here. So it kind of just goes in a circle really quickly here. And it'll rapid fire these until the correct option's been chosen, and then it'll stop this. I know how it works now. Awesome. Okay. Good stuff. Good stuff. So now we have our working tie system. What was this over here? I think it'd be a lot less complex if we just went with something like this. Other than that, is there anything I'm missing? Is there anything else I'm missing? Huge, dude, Phoenix and mobile, big thanks for your guys' help, seriously. So when I go and make my video on how to make my looper, I'm going to give credits to mobile for the two-way tiebreaker system, and Phoenix for the looper concept idea. I'm going to sleep and my brain's eating good. Good night. Yeah, thank you, Phoenix, again. Thank you. All right, let's see. So we got that all set up. I think we're good. So with this kind of setup, you can have, like, infinite options, right? Yeah, I think you can just have infinite options. Now, I have to make sure I don't forget. Oh, wait. One more thing. Can we make sure this is correct? Can we make sure this is correct? Or we can do an instant, is it possible to make the numbers count up even faster? Similar to the instant idea from the tiebreaker. Yeah, and then basically if you get like a three-way tie or whatever, it'll just do the same exact thing, except all options will be available. And then it'll just randomly select one. Ernie Phoenix donated 1 bit. Wait, what? Yeah, Phoenix, thank you so much for the bit. I hope your system will work, Ernie. Take my lucky charm and make good use of it. Thank you so much. Thank you. Yes, it definitely will. It definitely will. Instant would cause to become a link nuke, but I think I can make this base design faster. Okay, thank you. Yeah, we definitely don't want our We definitely don't want our voting system to turn into a link nuke. So for those who don't know, a link nuke is basically a combination of links. I'm not going to tell you how to make it because if you make it in your map, it'll cause your autosave to stop working when the inevitable happens. But basically, a link nuke is a combination of 3 different links that makes it all power on so fast and so instant and so infinitely. Somehow, I don't really understand how it works, but in short, when you activate it, your server shuts down. Your server crashes, basically. Originally, in my owner-only room tutorial, I was like, you can use this to shut down your map while inside your map, but I recommend not doing that, because if you do that, your autosave won't work, and I don't want people to have that happen to them. So, if you plan on watching the owner-only room tutorial, or if you've already watched it, don't include the shutdown button. Yeah, don't include the shutdown button. Man blocks, I guess you won. Man blocks, I wish you well on your test. That should probably be faster. Okay, let's see. So, how does this work here? Depends on how Epic made these links. So, this is a normal one where it goes here, and then... Okay, so it's going to 2 different AND gates. And then these are connected to here. So I guess it's just 2 simultaneous links going on at the same time, right? Wait, AND gate gonna go here. Looper goes here. You know what? Maybe for this one, I'll just take your word for it. I'll just take your word for it. Basically, while the looper's off, it'll power the operation gate again. Yeah. Oh, okay. I see. So like from the brief intervals where it's off, it'll power it again. So it's like a NOT gate kind of thing. Okay. That part, I don't think I need to really dive deep into. You should save. I got everything on autosave, and I'm going to be building a tutorial of this anyways, but yeah, I probably should. Okay. Maybe I should make the tutorial video live. Wait, hold on. Okay, so I got an idea. Maybe we can make the tutorial video live? That could actually be pretty good. Yeah, maybe we can make a tutorial video live. You guys want to be part of a recording? We'd have to build a second one, like, over on a separate base plate. But we can use this for the introduction demonstration, basically. We can basically use it for that. Other than that, yeah, let's see. Yeah, I'll start the recording in a couple seconds. Let's make sure this works first. All right, you ready? Vote anything. Yeah, vote for whatever you want. Okay, we're gonna do red. There we go. All right, so we're gonna wait for that to go down. Let's see if the votes go up faster. Let's see if this works. Here we go. Oh, that goes up way faster. That goes up like 3 numbers at a time. And fortunately, it, oh, wait, what? Wait, did you vote yellow? Or did you vote red? I didn't see what you voted for. Okay, good. Yeah, that's crazy. That's some good stuff right there. That's way faster. Everybody, we have a flawless voting system in build mode now. Oh, that's so good. That's so good, dude. All right, so, yeah, this is amazing. Okay, so let's go ahead and set up for a video now. So I'm just gonna get a base plate. All right, Arctic moved the base plate, so it's a little bit wonky right now. Can I delete this other stuff? Can I delete this other stuff? Like these other 2 things? Make a video, not a stream. No. I'm going to record right now while I'm on stream, and then I'm going to edit it and make it as a video. I'll try and upload the video as quickly as I can after the stream. Maybe that's not a good idea, though. Maybe I'll upload it tomorrow morning. Yeah, because more people will be online. I'll probably upload it tomorrow morning. That way you have a full guide video on how to do it. And in case there are any other upgrades I need to add that I haven't thought of yet, I can add them on there too. I can add them on there too. Yes, I can. Yeah, is that all the suggestions we got so far? Mobile, can I remove this other stuff? Yeah, because my only other thing I'm trying to think of right now is maybe instead of teleports, you want to like, I have no idea. Okay, cool. All right, let me delete these then. Also, I'm gonna make a new base plate so that I can actually have everything working properly. I mean, that I can actually place down blocks without it being weirdly offsetted or anything like that. Like how it currently is. Okay, we got that. We're gonna delete this stuff over here. I'm gonna move this over here as well. Okay, we're gonna go right here. I'll also add like a little additional thing that says "and the winner is" with drumroll. That way people can have something for their video instead of it being awkward. And then it works out really nicely. The only thing though is I don't know if I should even have that. Maybe I should? Yeah, I'm gonna add one more upgrade, which is the drum roll thing. Yeah, let me see. Don't worry, I did that intentionally. I just gotta add my own base plate. Gotta add my own base plate here. Yeah, because when players are just waiting there, I might want to just have it where it kind of just, you know, waits. I'm gonna put these underground for a second. I'm gonna put them underground. Okay. I'm also going to put a wall back here so that people can't see the links. They can just see the brief idea, and then I'm going to show the links. Where's the... I wish this menu down here was larger, too. So I'm just going to do this, like that, and then I'll show the links afterwards and remove the wall. Cool. Good stuff, good stuff. So I'll have the players start out here. And there we go. So voting ends. The winner is... I'll put voting ends. Okay, got it. Voting has begun. Okay, all right. So we got that. So now we just vote either / red or blue, blah, blah, blah. Cool, okay. I think we're good. Let's add the drum roll sound real quick. And then I'll have the drum roll basically stop when everything else has been shut off here. We'll basically do that. So anytime any of these teleports has happened, we'll have the drum roll stop. So I'll put an audio player here. Put the drum roll. We can set the volume now, which is really nice. I'm so glad that was added. Playback speed. Oh yeah, here. Let's add the drum roll. Let me find a sound ID for it real quick. We're doing some video preparation here. Drum roll. All right, let's see. I'll use this one because it's looped. That way it can go on infinitely without it, like, having an audible looping sound. Alright, so we got that set up. We got that good. Now we have to have a AND gate for this one. That way we can shut this one off. Once the, once an option's been chosen. Actually, no. We just use an XOR gate. Yeah, we just use an XOR gate. Mobile, what should we have it where if any of these options are chosen, any teleports happen? Yeah, any teleports happen. What should we... Yeah. So if any teleport happens, I want to make it so that it activates this XOR gate to shut off the drum roll sound, and I want to play a da-da sound. I want to try and do that. So, we got some stuff here. And we have to wait for these to activate as well. So I just want to only have it happen when any of these teleports happen. Any of them. So let me see. Let me look up the sound effect. Let me see. I'll probably just go basic. Yeah, I'll go with that one. Ta-da! Alright, let's see. Oh, there we go. Thank you. I'll set this to sound ID. Looped. I'll have this one be looped, though. This one actually does need to be looped. I almost forgot about that. Okay, that goes there. Link hub is connected to the sound effect. What is it connected from, though? Oh, any of these AND gates. Okay, got it. Got it. So we just gotta connect all of these tiebreaker gates and all of these AND gates to this one. That way, if either one happens, it calls over the teleport. Shuts that off, plays the ta-da sound, and then I think we're good. Yeah, I think we're good. All right, let's give this a test real quick and see how it goes. Oh, here, let me use this to start the voting. Yeah, let's use this to start the voting. Okay, let's go over to the note. Begin the vote. We'll have begin the vote be right there, and then the last thing we're gonna have is the timer up here. Also connected to this one over here. Yeah, this one right here. There we go. Other than that, we're good. All right, let's give this one last test, and then we're gonna record a video. One last test, and we're gonna record a video. So 15 seconds. Pull the lever. Voting has begun. So I'm gonna type in red. Okay, I voted for my option. All right. Yeah, I voted for red as well. Let's see if this works. Oh, it didn't play the sound. Do I have my audio disabled? Uh-oh. What just happened? Did the server shut down? Why did it have it? Well, why was there a giant lag spike? What was that? It's adding too fast now? If you want, you can revert it. Yeah, if you want, you can revert it. I'll just have this drumroll thing here as kind of like a placeholder. I forgot to add the audio emitters. I am so stupid. How did I not remember? Oh my god. Okay, thank you guys. Thank you for holding my hand for me. Okay, yeah, there we go. Both of them are connected to that. By the way, for those who don't know, if you have one emitter that emits everywhere, you can have all these connected to the same one, and it works perfectly fine. Let me know when ready. Are you ready? There we go. Think we should be good. Okay, all right. Let's try this now. Okay, all right. Begin the vote. I'm gonna vote for yellow. There we go. All right, here we go, everybody. Okay, why was the drumroll sound sounding like it was playing in one area? Was that just me? Wait, was it playing in a specific area, or was that just me? Maybe I need a different drumroll sound effect. Hold on. Or maybe not. Maybe I don't. That's not even a drumroll. Yeah, no, I think it's okay. I was just wondering why it was doing that. It sounded like it was being played in a specific area, but no. It was literally being emit everywhere. Nah, I think it's okay. One more test, just to make sure. Just to make sure. Yeah, it doesn't, at this point, it doesn't matter if it's a tiebreaker or not. Because it works now. Alright. Here we go. Here we go. Yeah! There we go! Alright, cool. We got it. Good stuff, good stuff. Other than that, I think we're good. I think we are good. I think we're good. You can also add in the numbers if you want to make it look nicer. Besides that, though, there's one more thing. Am I missing anything? I don't think I'm missing anything. I was thinking about something. What was I thinking about? Yeah, I guess I could add the numbers. The drum roll goes on. Voting ends, and the winner is, and everybody's brought to the place. Yeah, like I said, you can add the numbers if you want. I guess I'll add them. Yeah, I'll add them because they visually look pretty cool. Chat, should I make it so that Death Run Dimensions has voting, or should I keep it as randomized maps? I actually don't know. Should I make it so that in Death Run Dimensions you could people can vote for the map? Yes, give it voting. Yeah, my only worry is that people are gonna vote for the same map over and over and over and over and over again. You know what I mean? Because originally, like, besides there not being a voting system before, part of my idea was that, like, you know, you couldn't, it kind of made things fair, so all maps would be played equally. Here's what I'll do. I'll make it dynamic. I'll make it so that voting is enabled by default, but I'll use owner-only commands to make it so that, it can swap from voting to randomized to auto-select whatever map Ernie chooses. I actually have the Ernie chooses and the randomized ones already set up with text with the chat commands. But I will add in the voting system. So the voting system will be enabled by default, but I'll use owner-only commands if I want to set it to random or if I want to set it to whatever map that I choose. Awesome. That way I have the best of all three, and I can just enable them with a switch. It's pretty good. All right, everybody, ready to film? Ready. You guys can be in chat below me if you want. I'm, or I mean, like right below the webcam. Let's record a video. You ready? Here we go. Make sure I got my recording stuff set up. Hello. Mic is working. Everybody say hi, YouTube. We're about to go on right now. And then I'll try and get this video out tomorrow morning. That way you guys can see yourselves. If you're in this video, if you're in the video that we're about to record, go into YouTube and say, when the video comes out, go into the comments and say, I was here. And you can put your timestamp that you were at. Okay, you ready? Okay, hit recording. Just gotta prepare here. Okay, here we go. Oh yeah, this is gonna happen a lot. I'm gonna do a lot of stuttering and tripping over my words. So, a lot of outtakes. A voting system is now finally possible in Piggy build mode. Okay, we got that. Got our intro. All right, let's see. For ages now, For ages now, a voting system has never really been possible until the release of these brand new gates. Now, I probably will make a separate video showing you guys how each one works and what they do. It took me a little bit to figure them out. Don't worry, I'll make a separate video on how to do those and stuff like that. But for now, all you gotta do is just copy what I do, and you will have, finally, a flawless voting system inside of your map. No more will you have to worry about placing those, you know what I'm talking about? Here, let me cut that part out. No more will you have to sit there and have people voting at the beginning of a map by standing on top of these buttons. It's a fully automatic process, and you don't have to sit there and count up everybody anymore. All right, let me see. So we got that set up. There we go. And what better way to prove it than showing... Let me see. And what better way to prove it than showing you right now? We get to vote between 3 different color options. And instead of using buttons to vote, all we have to do is just use the chat. By typing in /red or type /blue or yellow, we can actually select our colors directly from chat. And let's go ahead and start up the voting. So you can have this vote. So let's go ahead and begin the vote. Once we pull this lever, voting has begun. I'm going to go ahead and vote for the color red. And as you can see, the number went up. Our friend Mobile here also voted for red. Now, we only got a few little bits left on the timer here. And once the voting period ends, you can no longer vote. And the winner is... Who's going to be the winner? The first one to reach 50 is going to be the winner. Red is the winner. There it is. Isn't that great? Now, what happens if there's a tie? So let's see. Yeah, don't worry, I'll give credits. Don't worry, I definitely haven't forgotten. Vote blue. So let's just say when the So let's just say there's a tie vote. We're gonna go ahead and start up the votes here. Voting has begun. Mobile's gonna vote for red, and Mobile's gonna vote for blue, and I'm gonna vote for red. Look at that. Uh-oh, we got a tie here. How is it gonna determine a tie between all of the 2 different options here? How is it gonna work? Especially when there's a total of 3 options. Well, voting has ended, and how it's gonna work is it's just simply gonna choose randomly between one of those 2 winners. It will not even count yellow at all as a part of that option. Okay, we got that. We're good. And of course, if all 3 of these ended up tying, the same thing would happen. It would choose randomly between those 3 options. And best of all, if people try voting before voting starts, you'll notice nothing happened. And if voting starts, and I vote for a certain color like red, and I try and vote red a second time, nothing happens. It doesn't count when you vote before voting starts, and it doesn't count double votes. And that's all thanks to this coin right here. You'll see why in just a bit. Okay, got that. All right, now I'm going to show it. Now I'm going to show how to build this. Now with this simple little link setup right here, you'll be able to have a fully working voting system in your build mode. Something that took... Now with this simple little voting system right here... Wait. Now with this simple little system right here, you'll have a fully perfect working system for voting inside of your map without having to worry about any kind of stress of doing anything yourself. What used to take thousands of links to possibly do is now all compact into this one area thanks to these brand new gates. Let me see. I'm going to be teaching you how this works, but don't worry, even if it... I'm going to be teaching you how this works, but don't worry, even if you don't understand links, just copy what I do, and you'll have the voting system in your map. Alright, let's see. Okay, there we go. All right, let's begin the tutorial. Let's begin the tutorial. Okay, we're gonna put this over here. Gotta click R to rotate. There we go. We're gonna have our lever start voting over here. Just like that. And I'm gonna bring this note over here as well. Okay, there we go. Got that. Lever to begin the vote, and we're good. We are good to go. I'll delete this as well. Alright, so let's go ahead, and now I have to build this from scratch to show the tutorial, so I'm going to build it over here now. Alright, here we go. The first step is placing down... The first step is creating your votes. Go ahead and place down as many votes as you like. For now, we're going to have 3 different options for our vote. Maybe this can be 3 different maps that you want selected, or 3 different items that can be chosen, blah, blah, blah. But basically, have as many of these as you want. For now, we're going to stick with 3. Don't worry, the steps are the same. Inside of each of these blocks, we're going to have our options. So we're going to go ahead and select red for this one, and we're going to set this to 0.01. For our next block, we're going to set this to blue, and we're also going to set this to the same exact thing of 0.1. And finally, for our last option, we're going to set this to yellow, and we're going to set this at the bottom to 0.1. Now make sure that all of these Now make sure all of your voting options are 0.1 in time active. You can... The name you choose in here is what players will be typing in chat to vote for whatever they want to vote for. So keep it nice and simple. Let me add in something real quick. And you may want to add notes in your map that basically show how to type in these commands so people actually know what to vote for. Let me add these first. Type these in chat to vote. There we go. And it's best that you have some And it's best that you have some display in here that actually shows players, like these notes, for example, on what to type in chat in order to vote. Okay, there we go. I'll delete this now, don't need it anymore. Next, we're going to place down any power source that we're going to use to start up the voting process. So for me, I'm going to use a lever, but maybe you can use something different, for example, like maybe a touch trigger on top of a teleport block. So maybe when everybody teleports into a voting room, it'll automatically power this touch trigger on, or maybe you can put it on top of the player spawn instead, and it'll activate. Or you can just use a simple lever if you want. Connect this lever to a timer and set this time to however long you want the voting period to be. So maybe if you want people to have 15 seconds to vote, you can set the timer directly to 15. All right. We're starting out simple and then going more complex. That way it makes it more easier to consume and isn't like starting you right off the bat with the difficult stuff right away. Let's announce to our players that the voting has started. We're going to place down an info block right here, and we're going to set... Oh, dialogue block. They look so similar. Let's announce to our players that the voting has started. So, let's go ahead... Let's announce to our players whenever the vote starts. So let's place down an info block here and connect our power source to this info block. And we're going to set the inside text to something like, voting has started. And now we should also announce when voting has ended as well. Let's place down an info block here, connect our timer to the info block, and then inside the info block itself, we're going to say something like, voting. We're gonna say something like voting has ended. The winner is. The reason why you want to say the winner is because you're going to be playing a drum roll sound effect later. Okay, we got that. Good, got that all set up. Good, we're going to need that in a bit. Now let's go back to our votes. We want to make it so that... Wait. Now let's go back to our votes. We want to make sure people are not able to vote twice in a row. So in order to do that, first we're going to place an if gate behind each of our chat command blocks. Connect each of these blocks to its if gate. And inside the if gate, we're going to go to this top option here and change it to and not. And we're going to scroll all the way down until we get to has item. And we're going to change that to something like the stackable coin. Which is right here. You could probably use any other item if you want. Oh, wait, you could use... You could use any other item if you want. Hopefully it doesn't pre-exist in your map, though. Use any other item if you want inside your map. But you can basically use any item. Okay, we got that. Stackable coin. We're gonna set this to and not. Oops. No badge. No badge. Stackable coin. Set this to and not. Stackable coin. There we go. Got that. Linked up. Cool. And now we're going to place down an item giver block. Go into the settings. We're going to set it to be the same exact item that we just chose, which of course is the stackable coin. And we're going to scroll down here and change it to give to player. So in other words, when a player votes for any option, they will get... So in other words, if a player votes for any option, they will get a stackable coin. But if the player tries to vote while they have a stackable coin, it will not let them vote. Okay, we got that. Now let's make it so that players can't vote before voting starts. All right, let's go ahead and go over to... Place down an AND gate behind each if gate. Link up the if gate to each of these AND gates. Okay. Then we're going to place a modifier gate on top of the... Then we're going to place down a modifier gate. All you need is one, so you can place it anywhere. I like to put it in the very center here. Change the modifier gate settings to last activated by. Connect the modifier gate to all of your new AND gates. Place an XOR gate on top of the modifier gate. Place an XOR gate on top. Connect the XOR down to the modifier gate. And now remember your countdown timer before? You're going to link that to this new XOR gate, and you're going to link up whatever your power source is to this XOR gate as well. So when voting starts, this XOR gate will power on, but when voting ends, it will power this back off. Cool. Finally, you're going to take all of your AND gates and connect them into your... Finally, you're going to take all of your AND gates and connect them into your brand new item giver block. Okay, got that. Cool. I think we got it. I think we're good. I think we're good. And already we... And just like that, we've made our voting even more secure. Now let's move on to these... Now let's move on to using these brand new links. Here, I'll do it from the side. Now let's move on to using these brand new links. Next to each AND gate, you're going to place down... What is this called again? Operation Gate. Next to each AND gate, you're going to place down an Operation Gate. Connect each AND gate to an Connect each AND gate to its Operation Gate. Wait. Connect each AND gate to its Operation Gate. I'm pretty sure I know which one it is. I just want to make sure. Okay, there we go. And inside the settings of each Operation Gate, you're going to change the value to 1 and keep it as add. Okay, we're going to do that. Next, we're going to place a regular counter gate next to each of our Operation Gates. And you're going to keep their settings the exact same. Keep it at 0. Connect each Operation Gate to its counter gate. Okay, we got that set up. Uh-oh. Wait, what is this? Wait, is there... I added some extra safety measures over here. What does it do? In case nobody votes. Oh yeah, if nobody votes. Yeah, what happens if nobody votes? How does that work? Let me see. I imagine this is like if it's set to 0. Yeah, equal to 0, randomize. Yeah, equals to 0, randomize. These are just the delay timers, right? Yeah. Wait, are they? Yeah, they are. Yep, they are. How come you have the timers connected to the, these instead of the... Oh, right, I see now why. I see why. Well, I don't know why. I don't know if these timers should be connected to here because... I don't know if these timers can be connected to here because, you know, these things always power on. And then what if the random selector... I guess the random selector is instant, so... Because before, if everybody voted the same option, it would break the system. Oh, okay, cool. I appreciate that fix, I really do. Just in time, too, because I'm doing the tutorial right now. Okay. Let me make sure I have this correct. I'll add on that stuff as I'm going. Now we're gonna take our last new gate and apply it. Place an operational if gate next to each of our counters. Connect each counter to its operational if gate. And in the settings of each operational if gate, you're gonna set it to equal to and set it to 50. Equal to 50, right? I'm pretty sure. Unless that changed with mobile's upgrade. Let me see. I gotta go back and check now because... Yeah, there we go. Yep, I think we're good. Pretty good so far. Pretty good. Yep. That's gonna go there and go here. The AND gate's gonna go here. It's gonna go up. And then, yeah, there's some new stuff in here. Wait. Or everything got rearranged, so I'm kind of thrown off again. Uh-oh. You know what? I guess it doesn't really... I guess that's only really matters if I'm trying to explain everything. Yeah, I got rearranged. Yeah, but some stuff got de-linked and re-linked back to different things now. You know what? Whatever, I'll roll with it. I'll roll with it. Let's see. All right. Now next to each of these gates, we're gonna place an AND gate on. Now we're gonna place an AND gate next to and on top of each if. Wait. Next to each operational if gate, we're gonna place down an AND gate on the side and on top. Link the operational if gate to the top one and the side one. Okay. And then this AND gate goes into, yeah. Maybe I shouldn't even cover that step first. Yeah, maybe I should, hold on. Maybe I should probably, I'll cover that step out. I want to organize this in a way where it's simple first. Let me see. I'm trying to think. Yeah, I'll do the step after. Hold on. First, I want to understand the explain the basics. Now, if this vote ends. Now, this will actually be able to detect when a... Wait. Now this will be able to detect when a certain option reaches 50 votes. But how do we get it there? Okay, let's do looper. If we have 50 players in our map, we'll be able to reach 50 votes. But... even with 50 players in our match, even with 50 players in our game, no singular vote's ever going to be able to get to 50. And what if we had too few players in our map? What's the username again? Phoenix God? Was it Phoenix God? There was like one person spamming to credit Phoenix, but I'd like to know the name. Yeah, I have it here. Yeah, the Phoenix Pal. There we go. But the Phoenix Pal had an idea where you can use a looper to bring all those numbers up to 50 no matter how many votes there are. And it'll choose whoever has the most first. Okay, let me see. I want to make sure my face isn't too off to the side or whatever. First, let's make a perfect looper. Place down a looper, place down an AND gate, and then you're going to place down a timer on top of the looper, and then finally you're going to place down a NOT gate on top of the AND gate. On top of the AND gate. Let me make sure I got this right. Hold on. Timer's gonna go into, yeah, timer's gonna go into there. And finally, place a link hub on top. Connect your timer to the AND gate, your AND gate to the looper, and then your looper's gonna connect to the timer and the link hub up here. Connect your timer into the, come on. Connect your timer into the looper. Connect your link hub into the NOT gate, and then the NOT gate into the AND gate. Still got to really make sure I have everything set up properly here. Okay, we got that. There we go. And finally, we're going to output our looper into our 3 operational gates here. When the voting ends, this looper is going to rapidly bring up the number of all votes by 1 until one of these reaches 50 first. There. Yeah, because I don't want to just be like, I don't want to just like copy paste everything and be like, yeah, link this to link this and link this and link this, and boom, now it works. I want to kind of like dive deep and a little bit deep and explain like, this is why this does this. Because otherwise, if someone wants to be like, oh, I want to have 4 options for my map, but I don't have 4 rows, how do I do it, you know? Okay, so we got that. That's all set up. And that'll do that. It was this part, though, that changed. The AND gate is going to go here. Wait, is this AND gate not linked to anything? Oh, I selected the wrong option. Never mind. Yeah, that's going to go there. It's going to loop connect up to there. This goes into AND gate. AND gate goes into here. That stops the looper. But then we also have these that shut these off as well. Okay. Got it. Alright, let's see. Now we need to make our looper stop Now we need to make our looper stop bringing that number up when wait. Now when a vote wins, we need to make Now when a vote wins, we need to shut this off. Place an AND gate next to each of your operational if gates. Connect each operational if gate to its own AND gate. I'm gonna be doing a lot of editing and splicing and stuff like this for this. Okay, where's this going into? It's going into, yeah, this one right here. And we're going to connect each of our and we're going to connect each of our AND gates to the link hub that's on the very top of our perfect looper right here. Okay, we got that. So it's the timer that teleports, okay. I forgot why we even, okay, there we go. Okay, we're gonna have timers up here. There we go. Now, on top of each of our AND gates, we're going to place down a timer. Connect the AND gate going up into the timer. Set the timer to 0.2 seconds. And I'm just going to repeat the step over here. By the way, for those who just joined the stream, we're recording a video right now. We are recording a video right now. Okay, there we go. 0.2. Did everything correct, hopefully. Yeah, there we go. And then this timer is going to go into this over here. Each option. And now let's have each of our teleport blocks that's going to indicate which... wait. Let me place down the colors first. Which one's this? This is red. Let's place down red right here. Okay, there we go. Red's gonna go right here. This is gonna be set up like this. Blue was right here. Yeah, blue was right here. Yellow is here as well. Okay, there we go. Now I can say it. Now let's place teleport blocks for each of our options of whatever wins the vote. Set each teleport block to teleport triggers for everybody. No, this doesn't have to... shook my mouse. No, this doesn't have to be teleport blocks. It could be, you know, activating any certain other link or any doorway or anything like that. So we have our red voting option here, so we're going to connect our timer to this teleport block, our red one. Our blue one is going to go over to the blue teleport block. And yellow is going to go over to yellow. Okay, got that. But uh-oh, what happens if... But uh-oh, what happens if 2 votes end up tying? How are we going to tie break? But actually, before I say that, for fun, we can also place some... Oh, wait. To make it look nicer, we can also place some digital displays here. We're going to set each display to show counter. And we're going to connect each of our counters here to the digital displays that match. So the yellow counter goes to the yellow digital display. Okay, got that. And then I'll insert the part about tiebreakers right after this. No, I'll do it again because I would just place these. But uh-oh, what happens if 2 options are voted? How are we going to tie break? Okay, let me see. Got that set up. How are we going to tie break? First, let's place down 1 NOT gate, and we're going to have it linked up to all of our ending AND gates. Okay. Yep, got that set up. It's going to link up to all of these. I hope I'm not missing anything. Actually, before we, I'll splice this. I'm not going to re-record it. But I need to insert the thing about the drum roll. Yeah, let me do that. Yeah, I'll do that. Okay, that's gonna go there. Now let's add in a drum roll and da-da sound effect to whenever the votes get chosen. Okay. First, place down an XOR gate. And then place an audio emitter there. And then place an audio player right on top. Go into this. Oh yeah, I need the ID. Hold on. Let me grab the ID. Volume, blah blah blah. It's gonna go there. There we go. In the audio player settings, make sure loop is enabled, and in the sound ID, you're going to go ahead and insert this, and also increase the volume to 2. Connect the XOR gate into the audio player, and connect the timer, and connect the voting timer to the XOR gate. Go up into there. Now place down a link hub, connect the link hub into the XOR gate, and place down another audio player with the link hub powering up into it. Hopefully I didn't get the wrong settings. I don't think I did. In that audio player settings, you're going to disable loop, give it this sound ID, and also raise it to volume 2. Okay, got that. Good. We'll add more links to these later. Yeah, 90% of my video making is just me tripping over my own words. So many outtakes. My back. What's wrong with my back? It was aching like this yesterday. Maybe I'm just streaming for too long or standing upright in this chair or something like that. Yep, we're doing a long stream. Doing a pretty long stream here. Okay. Got that set up. Boom. There we go. Now, I think there was like one other thing I need to add to this, but let me make sure. Okay. Oh yeah, each of our timers gotta connect to this. I think that's it, right? I think it's just our timers that connect to this. Let me see. I wanna double check and be sure. That looks a lot more than just the timers. What else is connected? Oh, the AND gates as well. Yeah, the top AND gates. Yeah, these are also connected. Okay, got it. Got it. Okay. Next, you're gonna place down an AND gate above each of our operational if gates. Kind of make them decently high up if you want to. Now we're gonna connect all of our timers into this link hub. Okay, there we go. Now we're going to connect all of our timers into this link hub here. And we're also going to connect our new AND gates up here. We're going to connect all of them into this link hub as well. Okay, there we go. Good, so that's set up in place. Does this have to do with anything? Oh, it's powering those? I guess that makes sense. I think. Is this just the regular one? What is this? Where is this coming from? Because, again, Mobile made some adjustments to this, and I'm trying to figure out what those were. Oh, here we go. Oh, okay, I see now. So this is for, like, if none of the votes are voted. But, uh-oh, what if nobody votes at all? What's gonna happen? Okay, here we go. First, let's place down another operational if gate, but on top of our counters. Connect the counter going up into each of our operational if gates. Set each operational if gate to, wait. Equal to, right? Yeah. Keep all these operational if gates to their default settings. I think it's just these, right? Yeah. Next, we're going to place down a random selector with an AND gate on top of it. Have the AND gate powering down into the random selector. We're going to have the random selector selecting all of our vote option timers. And then we're going to have let's have all three of our new operational if gates connecting into our AND gate here. So in other words, if the count is equal to 0 for all of these options, aka the AND gate, it'll go and randomly select a map to choose. Ah, my back. Ow. Ouch. I can do this. I can do this. I can pull through. I'm like halfway done already. Look how much progress we've done. I'm halfway done. Whew. Okay. Got that. All set up. Doing all the good stuff. Yeah, I think we're good. Okay. That's set up. That's there. Now we gotta get this stuff tackled. Now we gotta add in the tiebreaker. And then I'll probably splice in the part about, oh, but hold on, what if there's a tiebreaker? I mean, what if there's a tie? Well, now bleh. Well, now what we... Bleh. Well, that problem's taken care of, but what happens if there's a tie? How are we gonna tie break? Okay, we're gonna do this now. Here we go. Here we go. Alright, here we go. Looper. First, we're gonna place down a looper, and we're gonna set it to 2... First, we're gonna place down a looper and set the repetitions to 2. It's still at 0.2, right? I think it is. Oh, no. First, we're gonna place down a looper, and we're gonna set the repetitions to 2 and the interval to 0.1. Okay. Come on, I can do this. I can do this. I'm almost good. Okay, good. I'm just trying to focus here. We're gonna connect all of our ending operational if gates to this new looper. So this one at the end is also gonna go to the looper, and then this one at the end as well is going to go directly to our new looper too. Then we're gonna place an operational Then we're gonna place an operation gate. Connect the looper to the operation gate. Value 1, add, counter, there we go. Okay. Set the operation gate to 1 and add. Place down a counter. Leave it at default settings. And place down an operational if gate. And we're going to set it to greater than or equal to 2. And we're going to set it to greater than or equal to 2. Connect the operation gate to the counter and then connect the Connect the operation gate to the counter and the counter to the operation if gate. Now, if any one of these, if any one of these votes reaches 50, it's simply going to play this looper once, add 1 to the counter, and then it's simply just going to say, oh, okay, I'm not going to power on because the number 1 is not greater than or equal to 2. But if 2 or more of these have reached 50 votes, it's going to activate this looper twice in a row at the exact same time. But if any of these votes reaches but if 2 or more of these votes end up reaching 50, it's going to play this looper as many times rapidly as however many votes there are. It's going to add those numbers, and it's going to say, hey, wait a minute. If there's any 2 or more votes that are tied, we're going to start the tiebreaker system. Okay, we got that. Good. Yeah, we got to add this too. And let's also connect our operation and let's also connect our operation if gate to this not gate here. I think that was like the only thing it was connected to, right? I think it was. Let me make sure. Whoa, this is weird. It's got like a giant hitbox. Let me see. Oh, I can't even select it. Well, that's a shame. I can't even see. Nope, it's only one link. We're good. No, we're good. We're good. We're good. We are good to go. You're still live? Yeah, I'm filming a video right now. Yep, I am filming a tutorial video right now. Okay, we got that set up. We're good. Okay, it's got, good. Okay, we got that. There we go. And gate's gonna go into looper. Okay, here we go. Now let's build our tie selector by first placing down an AND gate, then a NOT gate on top, and then a looper right next to it. Connect the if gate into the AND gate, connect the NOT gate going down into the AND gate, and connect the AND gate going into the looper. There we go. Just gonna make sure everything's properly set up here. This goes here, this goes down. Looper's gonna go back into it, and the randomizer. Okay. And connect the looper into the and connect the looper back into the NOT gate. Now you're gonna place down. Wait. Now you're gonna place down a random selector, and you're gonna put your looper directly into it. Keep the looper settings default, and keep the randomizer settings default. We're almost there, everybody. We're almost there. Yeah, this is default. This is default. There we go. Now, I'm going to open the menu just in case default settings have changed. Keep the looper settings default, and keep the randomizer settings default. Okay, there we go. Randomizer. I feel like I'm missing something. Hold on. Hold on. What goes into this NOT gate again? Was there anything else that went into the... No, I don't think it does. Okay. Okay. Place a link hub on top of each AND gate here. Wait. Place a link hub on top of each of these higher AND gates here. Each of these AND gates are going here. That's good. This is gonna go into... Yeah. With each link hub going directly down into its corresponding AND gate. So the randomizer is going to go into all three of these. Okay. And connect your new randomizer into all of your... And connect your new randomizer into all of your link hubs. Okay, good. I feel like I'm missing something, so I just had to be very careful with what I'm doing right now. So that's why I'm always going back and double checking, because I don't want to put out a video and then be like, oops, it's broken, you know, and then having people be like, hey, what the heck, man? Okay, good. All right. Wait, does it? Yeah, it goes in the looper. Okay. Now we're going to place an XOR gate next to our looper. No, I'll put it over here. Now we're going to place an XOR gate next to our looper. We're going to place a link hub on this side and a link hub on this side. Connect each link hub going into each different part of your XOR. And connect the XOR gate going directly into your looper. let me see. I got the setup. There we go. Should be good. Should be good. Oh, this is new. What do you add? Is this even connected to anything? Oh, I don't think this is meant for anything. It's not even connected to anything at all. Okay. Hopefully this works. Hopefully this works. Okay, that goes into there. That goes into there. Now we gotta see which one, where each of these go. Okay, there we go. Now take all of your link hubs that are up on top of here, and you're gonna connect them down into this link hub. Okay, there we go. Did I get into the right one? Yeah, I did. And then the AND gate goes into each one of these too? Yeah, there we go. Yeah. And now take each of your AND gates and do the same exact thing, but now you're going to put it into this link hub. So again, make sure you... That's too much spaghetti. So again, make sure you get all three of these into here. There we go. Down into there, and then there, we got that. This is gonna go into here. I think we finished? Did we? Wait, hold on. Did we actually finish? I think we might have. Okay, that's gonna go up into here. I feel like there was stuff that we still need to connect it to the other thing, like the AND gates. No, we connected the AND gate to there. We connected the AND gate into the link hub too, right? Yeah, we did. Oh, we gotta output it. Right. And now for all of our AND gates, we're gonna connect it into its corresponding voting outcome here. Similar to what we did with the timers that are directly below as well. Okay, output is there. I think we did everything. Let me just go double check real quick just to make sure we got everything properly. Because as far as I know, I think we did it. As far as I know, I think we did it. Okay. Timer is connected to those things. Timer is connected to a lot more. Wait, what? Timer's connected to each of the AND gates now. Okay. And let's connect our let's connect our voting timer to all of these AND gates that are in the back right here as well. Yeah, I almost missed that. Just more safety precautions and stuff like that. That's there. That's there. I really gotta take time and double check for this part because I really don't want to mess it up for the video. I really don't want to mess it up for the video. Okay, and all those go into the AND gate. We definitely got that part already. That goes into the digital display. We got those. That goes up into the AND gate as well. We got that. That's going to go into here. Goes into disabling that. And powering this looper as well. Wait, this powers the looper too? I thought it... Oh, no. Did I... No, I have to cut that out of the video then. I gotta remember to cut that out of the video. It's the AND gates that go into here instead of the equals gates now. Because that got changed. Okay. So I have to cut out that whole segment. I gotta re-film that part. I'm not gonna go all the way back or anything like that though. And connect each of your AND gates to go inside of this looper. So you're gonna go to this AND gate right here. You're gonna connect it into here and so on. Oh, man, I messed that up so bad. Whatever, I'll find a way of editing around it or something like that. I'll find a way. I'll find a way. The tone change for the video. My back is hurting and I gotta make this easier. Well, I mean, you can if you want, but... just gotta get up and stretch for a second, because... What is this? We're recording a video right now. I'm just trying to stretch. My back's killing me right now, and I don't know why. I'm almost done recording this, though. I am hearing the same thing. Wait, what? Are you guys hearing something? Is something playing? Mid-linking stretches, yeah. Yeah, I don't know how you'd be able to make this easier, though, because this, like, I wouldn't say, like, when it came to the initial idea of having, like, 50 different operational if gates, that was just, like, you know. Now this sounds fine. Oh, okay, thank you. Mobile, is there anything I missed? Hopefully I didn't miss anything, so I'm going to do one last check real quick. That goes into here, that's fine. This goes into here, this goes into, that and that. Yep, that's fine. Operation goes into here. This goes up into there, into there, into there. We got that. That and up. That and up, and over across to the looper, which we just changed. And then that and that. So let me make sure I have that on this side, too. I did all three, so I don't need to check for every single one. This goes into that. That goes into this and this. Did I miss something? Dude, I'm like feeling paranoid now. This goes in here. No, I'm clearly worrying about nothing. I'm worried about what is literally nothing, I mean. Okay, that goes in there and there and there. This goes up into here. Make sure for all your operational if gates at the end here, you connect them up into these upper AND gates. So you just take the second one right here and you go up. Dang it, I gotta re-record that because the link spaghetti got in the way. Hold on. Now make sure for all your operational AND gates at the end here, you're gonna connect it all the way going up into the AND gate. Same with this one over here, you're gonna connect it up into the upper AND gate, and so on. Okay, good, we got that. Maybe for simplicity, I should have done 2 rows instead of 3. That would have probably been better, instead of it looking so clumped up. I mean, so crowded, I mean. That would have been a lot better. I'm almost done, though, I'm almost done. So that's going to go into there. This goes into the disabler and the looper, which is good. This is going to go into here. Did the timer go into one more thing? Oh, no, it didn't. Okay. Okay. Yeah. And then the NOT gate goes into all 3 of these. NOT gate should be doing the same exact thing. Blah, blah, blah. There it is. For the null votes, we're going to do that. That goes into there. That goes into there. And then these go into all 3 timers. Make sure I got that set up over here, too. This goes into here, goes down into here, and then this one goes into all 3 times. Okay, check. Let's make sure that this activates that activates that. This will do this. This will shut this back off. Those go into the AND gates, which is brand new as well. Power source to and to looper to NOT gate and timer. Or, I mean, you know, the other thing. Timer to looper. NOT gate to AND gate. Timer. Oh yeah, we need to set the timer as well. Yeah, what's the new timer number? Yeah, here we go. And for the timer on our perfect looper, we're going to set it to this number here. I'll just splice that back in so that I can get that. So, editing Ernie, make sure you get that and splice it back in so you can put it back into the place of where it's got to go. Epic says, when I was testing with Maytune, he said we don't need to know what to do with the counters because people would rebuild the PC in 5 minutes. Yeah, someone definitely will. Someone definitely will. I wonder if maybe Xbox will do it. Okay, so yeah, that's good. That's set up there. And then now we got to make sure Goes into all three of those counters. Three of those counters. Okay, so that's taken care of. Let's look at these AND gates real quick. So AND gate goes to output and hub. Okay, let's see. Output hub. I think we got that for all three. Yep, we're good. Okay. Link hub. Link hub goes to down AND gate, other hub. Down AND gate, other hub. Yeah, that one goes to the left side. The other one goes to the right side. Good. Good, 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 good. Okay. Good stuff so far. I'm very glad that this is working out nicely and that everything, it looks like I'm linking most of the stuff correctly. Okay. Yeah, that goes there, that goes there. Now we just gotta check this and we're done. So these have been de-linked from the other thing. That's good. This is gonna go into this looper. Looper's gonna go into the operation gate. Operation goes to the counter. Counter goes into the if gate. This goes into the disabler and the AND gate to make sure that's set up. Yeah, good, we got it. Settings are 2 and 0.1. Settings are 2 and 0.1. This goes here. This basically is going to go in the recycling symbol, which is like the curve. So let's make sure that's set up real quick. This is going to go here, here, here. Done. Going down and going into the randomizer as well. Randomizer is going to be going into the top link hubs. Let's make sure that's set up too. There it is. Now we're going to get the XOR. XOR goes into here. I think that one's already set up as well, but let's make sure. Yeah, there we go. Then that's that. That's that. I think we did it. I think we are good. I think we're good. Yeah. All right, so that's set up in place. Let's move this over here and see if it works now. I pray it works, and I pray that everything goes well. I think what would be worse is if things look like they go well, but I got an idea. How about I get you guys in here? Yeah, how about I get you guys in here? Okay, so let me put up a wall real quick so I can separate from the old the other version of this. There we go. Okay, there we go. And yeah, here we are. So yeah, we'll do that. There we go. Okay. So what I'm gonna do is I'll put a little base plate over here for you guys to stand on, and then I'm gonna teleport myself over with an if gate button. So let me grab the button. I'll put it up here because I know the crowds are gonna get really high. I'll set this to 0 because if everyone's spamming the button at the same time, I'll never be able to press it. If gate's gonna go here for a teleport. I'll set it to is owner. Button goes down to here. Teleport block goes, I'll put it like right here. That way it's not blending in with everything else and people thinking they missed a step. There we go. And all right, everybody, if you guys want to get on in here, it's public. There it is. Get on in here. Get on in here. Where's the Halloween update today? Did you just come out of a time machine? All right. We ready, everybody? We ready? We ready? How many people we got? Oh, it's 50 players max, so we only need like a handful of people, but if everybody wants to get on in here, you can. What was that? Oh, okay. Never mind. I thought it was something else. I thought it was one of those types of avatars. Even then, it looks a little questionable. Anyways, let's go ahead and set this up here. We got that. Let's go ahead and begin the vote. Let's begin the vote. How did you even get over the wall like that? How did you even get over the wall? I guess you could just angle your fall downwards and do that. All right. Cool. Let's start. Well, that's not good. Oh, no. Hey, Mobile, are you still watching? If so, can you pop back in here real quick and see what I missed? Oh, maybe someone spammed the lever. Wait. Hold on. Maybe someone spammed the lever? I'll put this underground so people can't touch it. No, that can't be the case. It literally automatically teleported us. I'll delink these just in case, though. Just in case. But they shouldn't be able to anyways, so I'll just put that there. Okay. Let's try this one more time. Let's see. No, something's definitely wrong. Oh, I missed a step. No. I missed a step. What could I have missed? Why is it auto-teleporting us? Lever goes to here. Everything should be fine. But it's not. But why? Did you change the timer to 15 seconds? Yeah, I did. Yeah, I have this. I changed this to that. All the timers are basically set up. This is set to 50 seconds. Maybe I'm missing something in one of the settings. Equal to 0. And then it'll go into the AND gate. If all of these are equal to... Wait a minute. These are always set to 0. So all 3 of them would activate a randomizer. Okay, I'm clearly missing something. I think I forgot to link something to this AND gate here. Yeah, I forgot to link something to this AND gate. Yep. What did I forget to link to it? I can't really tell. Let me see. So it's gonna go down there. Yeah, there's 4 links. The timer. Okay, I see now. Okay, all right. Let me add that real quick. Yeah, let me link it real quick. Let me link it real quick. And finally, you're gonna add this. Wait. And finally, you're gonna link the voting timer directly over to this tiebreaker AND gate. All right, now it should work. As you can see, I got a huge cluster of players right here, and they're ready to vote. So now what we're going to do is we are going to go ahead and enable the votes. So I'm going to go over and hit this lever right here, and we're going to count it up. So everybody here knows to type either /red, bleh. So everybody here knows to type either /red, blue, or yellow in order to vote. So once we start the votes, let's see how this goes. The voting has started. Go ahead and vote. And you can see people are voting up right now to choose what they want to choose. And now the voting has ended. It's totaling up all the votes. And once it reaches 50, it reaches to... There we are. Look at that. We got it, everybody. We got it. 50 out of... yeah, we got it. Cool. Okay. So now I'm going to boot everybody out, and now I just need Mobile and one other person in here so we can test the tie breaking to make sure it works properly. So I'm going to kick everybody out except for one person. So let me see. Preferably someone who's been on my... Oh, Oof's in here. Yeah, Oof's in here. Jeff, I'm going to boot you for now. If we had a 4th option, I would definitely include you, though. Oof was just the first name that came on the list. If Jeff was first and Oof was second, Oof would get booted. Oh, is Mobile not in here? Okay, I guess Jeff's joining then. Yeah, I guess Jeff is joining then. Jeff, get on in here. Oh, yeah, Jeff, what's your Roblox user? Or Mobile. Whoever gets in here first. Whoever gets in here first, I guess. In terms of either Mobile or... Let me see. Okay, alright, let me see. We have 3 people in here now. Okay, we're good. We're good, we have 3 people. Accurate, vote red, okay? Okay. Oof, vote yellow. And then I'm gonna vote red. Yes. Yeah, vote yellow. Okay, cool. I'm gonna vote blue. So now let's test out a tie-breaking scenario. I'm gonna go ahead and vote blue, and we're gonna see right here that, uh-oh, we got a tie. What's gonna happen now? So once we have a tie and the timer has gone down, we're gonna go ahead and see that all the numbers are going up at once, and it's randomly going to choose a random option for us between all three of these options here. And we're gonna go gambling with a single coin. Wait, did I stop the game? I think I did? That was odd. It was kind of like briefly delayed for a second. That was odd. What was that? Why did it add an extra number? I think it's fine. I think it's okay. When I started the game, the countdown randomly started counting up? How does that even happen? How does that even happen? Okay, okay, now I'm gonna boot someone because we just need 2 people. Now we just need 2 people. Oof, vote yellow again. Alright, you ready? Here we go. Let me move the player spawn now because we don't need it anymore. We don't need this anymore. There we go. Alright, okay. Here we go. But what happens if we tie between 2 different options? Wait. But what happens if we get a tie between 2 different colors? Blech. But what happens if we get a tie between 2 different options? Okay, we're gonna go do. I'm gonna type in blue. Okay, so each of us just voted right now? And now it's going to continue to count up the votes, and it's going to choose randomly between either blue or yellow. And you can see the link hubs up here. We're able to do its thing instantaneously. Okay, I think it's good. Hopefully I didn't... Mobile, one more thing I want to ask real quick. How come this one went up to 51? Is that an error? Oh, it's still going up. Wait, what? It chose red? Wait, it did choose red. Uh-oh. Oh no! What happened now? No! Oh, yeah, mobile, I need your help. I need your help. I wish mobile in the beginning was like, I'm gonna add a nullifier thing, but I'm not gonna rearrange the links. Because now that everything's de-linked, actually, I in order to make the nullifier, I think he had to rearrange, de-link some stuff. Oh no, come on! Is mobile here? Oh, he's gone. Oh, that's bad. I gotta hit him up real quick. Hold on. Hold on. Can you pop back into stream real quick for a quick fix? I hope he's still available. Calling mobile live now. Did the game crash? Energy isn't going up? Yeah, wait, what happened? The energy isn't even going up. So it's definitely some kind of weird game error. Epic, if you're still here too and you want to pop in and like read the logs or whatever to see what's causing this? I mean, if you want, you can do that. Because I don't know what's happening here. Did you break the game? I think I did? Ay, what happened? Maybe it has to do with, like, either this looper that, like, jams all the signals together, or it's this? I have a feeling there was some possibility where the if gate could get stuck in a loop. Yeah, I think the game broke. I can't end the game at all. What is, let me see, hold on. Attempted to fix nil with brick color. Oh, the server has shut down. Okay, hold on. Mobile, if you're watching this, rejoin. The server didn't crash. Hold on. Oh, he's all right. Epic Tank is fixing something, I think. Oh, never mind. Yeah, the server crashed. I pray that the autosave worked, because it didn't last time for some reason. Ernie, you just made a new link nuke? No, that wasn't me. That was mobile. We're gonna get it fixed. Don't worry. Autosave doesn't work on crash. Oh no, dude! Come on! Oh, it won't even let me back into my own server. I don't even care if it goes slow. If the counting, I mean, the counting goes at normal speed anyway. So what could have even caused it to be a link nuke? Is this still for the voting system? Yeah, the voting system crashed my entire game and the server so badly that I don't think the autosave saved it. Yeah, that's. Oh no! Let me try shutting down my game again and see what happens. Let me try again. Shut down my server. I can never play build mode ever again. Your server is literally stuck in a crashed state? How do I fix it? It was that, okay, well, first of all, I am glad that it didn't, my voting system didn't work this time, because otherwise I would have been giving people a thing that permanently breaks their game. I didn't even think there were any. How did that even happen? I don't understand it. So that's what's going on. Yeah, I don't know. It's not even, it's refusing to shut down. I have never. If the server crash, shutdown won't work. Oh no. How do I get back then? Join server? Wait, what if I host something? What if I do view maps? And I do, let's do this one. Oh, there we go. I fixed it. I knew there was like some workaround that I could get to work. I knew there was some workaround. But yeah, I assume this autosave didn't work, unfortunately. Game. Yeah, I can't even load in my autosave either. Man, no, come on. Why is everything... Okay. I have some good news. The good news is that I have everything recorded. So in terms of how everything's linked up, that's saved. I have everything recorded. I'm going to stop the recording real quick. I'm going to pause the recording. Okay. I have everything here, so I can just go back on the replay and learn how to relink it. The problem is, I have to figure out what... Did Link Nuke get an upgrade in this update? We didn't even have a Link Nuke. I don't think we did. Because you even had something and you're like, you know what? This is going so fast that it might turn into a link nuke. I'm going to remove it. So that part was removed. Is this not my real server? Because people can join through Ernie C3, right? Because I am hosting this. Let me shut down my server now and see what happens. So I guess by me recording the links, it broke the sequence of events. Wait, wait, what do you mean recording? Oh, wait, here, I have to shut down the server. Mind if I shut down? Oh, there we go. Okay. Okay, now I'm gonna go in here. Server's been shut down. At least, I think it has. Yeah, there we go. But I assume the autosave is just... Oh, wait. Yippee! I got my stuff back. Cool. All right, we're good. I'm surprised it saved. It even saved the part where we removed this. Either that or it saved before. I'm actually not sure which one. Okay, so what was the last thing we linked up? It was this. And we haven't linked. Okay, so everything is up to date. Mobile, if you can, join my map real quick. And, did it uncrash? I guess it did. Yeah, my idea was like, what if I host a map? Because it'll start by generating something, and then it undid. How is that possible? I have no idea. It was just kind of a thought I had. So, have you ever had it where you play a Roblox game and you crash instantly, and then when you try and rejoin the Roblox game, it refuses to let you in? So you bypass it by joining a private server, it fixes itself, and then you join a public and it works. I had that same thought process. So I'm just like, maybe I go around the other way. Alright, Mobile, let me know when you're on your way, because why don't you just save it now? Because I have Death Run. Oh, you know what? I'll save it in this slot. This was the original slot I had that didn't have decals in it in case decals caused issues for my Death Run Dimensions map. Yeah, I'll save it to this. Good stuff. Alright, Mobile's in here. Cool, we got the handyman on site here. I added 2 slots. Oh yeah, I gotta buy him. I gotta buy him. I'll buy him right now while I'm waiting for Mobile to inspect this. Actually, I'll buy him through my Roblox game. That way I can, yeah. Or my Roblox place or whatever it is. Main Awesome says build mode is put together with string and duct tape. No, it's not even that. It's just whatever we did here caused an overload of the system that no game could handle. Yeah, we're like inspecting this anomaly of links here. We're treating this thing like an SCP. And it just randomly destroyed the server. I think, okay, my theory is that either it's this looper or this looper. It's one of them that's doing it. I think it might be this one, though. Because all of these are going into one singular looper, which is kind of worrying, because like, what if we have so many options here? Like, we wouldn't even need this looper if this could connect to this. Never mind, it can. Wait, why wouldn't that work then? Because, No, this is odd. This is so odd. Because what this is doing is basically it's checking it for greater than 1. So Epic, if you're watching the stream, just to explain it real quick, loopers have a weird thing where, first of all, when it's set to loop repetitions 2, and you power on that looper, it'll go on off. And then that's it, right? So if you have one of these connected to this, which is set to, one of these connected to this, it'll go on off. One thing has been voted on off. It'll do one thing. And then, as a result, it'll give a value of 1. And it won't activate this because it's not greater than or equal to 2. But mobile has a weird thing where if multiple things power this looper, it'll almost act like it's 2 loopers and go 1, 2. And then instead of having an output of 1, it'll in the counter, it'll register as 2. Same goes for if 3 of them go off, 4 of them, blah, blah, blah. And then at that point, it becomes greater than 2. In other words, it's a tie detector. But I don't know if this is like causing some weird issue or something like. We only voted between 2 things, so having it do that shouldn't be a problem. Mobile, let me know what is missing so I can record what I missed. Do it again, are you sure? Okay, alright. I'm gonna vote yellow. I'm gonna vote blue, mobile. Okay, cool. And then I'm just not gonna vote. There we go. Yeah, because the numbers were reaching like 51 or something like that, which shouldn't even be possible. So it's gonna go up. And there. Now keep watching because I changed 2 things. Let me know what changed. Good to end game. We good to end the game? Epic. Are we good to end the game? Alright, I'm just gonna assume we're good. Alright, let's see. I linked the 3 counter if gates to the link hub above. Wait. Hold on. Let me see. Show me again. I linked the 3 counter if gates to the link hub above the, Here. Wait. I linked the 3 counter if gates. These things, right? To the link above the NOT gate over here. Instead of the AND gates like before. So the AND gates were linked here before. So the AND gates were linked here before. These ones down here only. Yeah, these AND gates. Got it. Okay. So yeah, all right. So the quick recording in here. We're gonna change. We're gonna link all these operational if gates to the top of this link hub, and then we're also going to de-link these 3 AND gates off of here. And then what else? And then for the looper over here, we're also going to set loop continues while off. We're gonna enable that. I think that's good. I think that was it, right? I think we're good. I think maybe there was one other thing mobile was gonna change. And then just check the looper setting over here to continue while powered off. Yeah. Was there another looper we need to enable that setting for, or no? Okay. And that's all the changes? Epic, want me to run the system again so it breaks so you can get logs? Okay, hold on one sec. Let me save this. Okay, alright. So I'm going to disable this. And then I'm going to delink all these from this. Like so. So we're going to crash the game again. But this time I saved the map, so we're good. We are good. I have no idea what caused this. This is crazy. Okay, alright. Prepare yourselves. Here we go. Alright, Epic vote yellow, mobile vote blue. We're gonna run it the exact same way. Okay, here we go. Go. Alright. Here we go, everybody. So yeah, it was getting at a weird point where it was reaching like numbers 51 and 52, which is not supposed to do that. This time Epic Tank's gonna get crash logs though, so we're good. Yeah, it took us to red. So look over here. It took us to red for some reason, and then now all of a sudden it's at 51. And then in a few seconds it's probably gonna go to 52. Yeah, the server just crashed. Yeah, look, it's going beyond. Oh, I added an extra amount. Wait, what? Oh, you added an extra thing? You added something else? What else did you add? Oh. Wait, then why didn't it crash? Oh, it added an extra amount. Yeah, because it crashed before it ended up doing that, right? How did it even go past capacity? I don't know. If only we could, like, re-simulate the crash. You know what? Here. Let me learn the autosave again. Yeah, let me learn the autosave. Let's try again. Don't change anything, though. Alright, vote for the same colors, and... Epic, don't vote. Since you're AFK. Epic, if you're hearing this, don't vote. We're just gonna vote. Mobile, go... Oh, here, there we go. Yellow. There we go. Yeah, Epic, if you hear this, don't vote. We're gonna see what this looks like now. Voting is ended. Ty's stuff is going up. Yeah, so it sends us over here. And then it goes over to 51. So this is the save that caused the crash. So hopefully it does it now. Because it would get stuck at 52 and then just crash the game. Yeah, I think we did it. Yep, I think the server just crashed. Epic, check your logs real quick, because I think we just redid the crash successfully. Wow, I have been streaming for like 5 hours. It's like 8 p.m. for me right now. Yeah, yeah, it definitely did the crash. Well, I'm hoping Epic's game didn't crash. Well, I mean, it's crashing for the whole server. It'll still be interesting to see, though. How are you just realizing how long you've been streaming? Because this time I have the window open. Yeah, my energy isn't even moving, so this is definitely a successful crash. I don't even think a P call can save this one. Yeah, the energy isn't moving. Yep, energy is totally frozen. Every now and then, Mobile's just like teleporting across the area somehow. The mega link nuke. Yep. Alright, I'm gonna end the recording here. But I will record the outro. My FPS. Did you get logs? I guess the crash ended. Because the energy was like totally frozen. Alright, as long as Epic gets it, that's fine. So because they went above 50, the instant selector didn't have any choice to select, and therefore caused a link nuke. It's the log, it's erroring. Oh man. I'm surprised my PC can handle this. Again, because it's spamming the logs. I see. I see what you mean. Failed to translate string with key in-game connection error disconnect client request. All right. It's error. It's lagging because it's spamming the log. Okay, I see. Yep, I get it now. All right. I'll end the game. Hopefully you got everything. Hopefully you got all that good stuff. The issue was with the looper. Yep. The loopers are a strange case, I'll say. They're definitely a strange case. Alright, I'm going to record the rest of this video, which is just showing the 2 last things to link. And then we'll be good to go. Which looper is it? I have no idea. I think this one. Most likely. I'd give like a 90% chance it's this one. Because this is the one where it had like the simultaneous loops and the weird junk that it had. So, yeah. But if you check this on, apparently it fixes it. So, yeah. The one that causes the crash? Yeah, I think it's this one, right? Because that was the weird one. That was the one that was like... That was the one that was, you know... No, it's the other one set up? Oh. Mobile says it's this one. Mobile, are you sure it's this one right here? The one with the XOR connected to it. Oh! This one right here. This one. Right here. With the XOR connected to it. Into it. How does this work? So these AND gates put power into here. Here, I'll put it with notes. That way it's easier to understand. And gates go into here. Link hubs go into here. There we go. Yeah, the AND gates go into this one, and the link hubs go into this one. I'm pretty sure. Yeah. This whole thing kind of just acts as like a pseudo timer. So, I mean, not a timer. It just like shuts off this this gate here when one of these options is chosen. That's basically what it does. So it'll keep randomizing the selection until it finds a valid selection, aka an AND gate that has its conditions active. How do you make a link nuke? Mobile, how do you make a link nuke? Yeah, Mobile, how do you make a link nuke? Yes. Yeah, it definitely does. Alright, so he said XOR to looper. Okay, so here's how we make it. So we do this. Alright, so he said XOR to looper. Looper to XOR. Looper to XOR and to looper. This is how you make it. Yeah, maybe that could be it. This is how it works, right here. So where does power go? Want me to power it? I need to see exactly how the loopers are scripted. Yeah. I think, wasn't this added during like the optic days of build mode? I think they might need to get like a little bit of a rework or the code update, because, yeah. You can loop it to, you can either connect it to the XOR or the looper, either one. Button connects to either XOR or looper, either one. If I change it, I don't want it to break maps. Wait, if I change it, I don't want to it to break. If I change it, I don't want it breaking map. Yeah, I get what you mean. Go ahead. Oh, you mean like, oh, I see what you mean. I get it now. Yeah, very similar to how the randomizer worked previously, where it didn't pass through player data. Yeah, I get what you mean. Ernie, I was playing Piggy and someone pretended to be you and started saying cussing and saying offensive things. First of all, I'm verified on Roblox, so I always have the blue check mark by my name on the player list. And it's kind of difficult to recreate my avatar too, because there are some items that are no longer available on there, like the eyes and the gift card items, and this hat here is limited too. So just go by whatever my exact avatar is. And the name. Just click on my profile and check the name. I think I'm going to remove the backwards compatibility on the randomizer. People should have switched. What is the backwards compatibility? What is the backwards compatibility? What does that mean? No player data? Oh, yeah, I see what you mean. Yeah, I think people should have switched already. Yeah, I get what that means. I get what you mean. How many build mode points do you have? I have 480. I think I found the issue. Oh, okay, cool. Very good, very good. Hopefully it doesn't affect the tech having to do with this, because otherwise we won't have that in the game and we won't be able to detect ties. If you power it twice, it runs a loop twice. Oh, so it might get removed. Uh-oh. Yeah, maybe that could be causing it. I don't know how we're going to be able to detect ties now, though. Oh, no. Well, it's better than having it break, I guess. How many times are you powering it twice? Depends on however many ties there are. Two-way ties is 2 times. Three-way ties is 3 times, etc. It's possible I can add an error after it triggers too fast. Yeah, maybe. Oh, okay. But would it fail, or would it just show an error? I don't know. In this setup, it's being powered on multiple times per second, the looper. I'll have to look into it. Okay, well, for now, I'll just... We fixed the issue, though, so I think we're okay. Let me... It wasn't crashing before. I think we just linked it up improperly. But... Yeah, it just does it constantly. The issue is I can't make a link nuke in studio because it crashes my PC. Yeah, I see what you mean. I see what you mean. It's kind of hard to re-simulate, so you have to do it all basically in build mode. Ernie, can you please make it so after the voting system you can make a mechanism for counting players in a room and in the game? Yeah, I can probably do that. It's probably possible. I don't know if I'd make it as one dedicated video though. I'd probably make it as part of the tutorial when I'm teaching about how the counter links work. I'm gonna try something. I don't know if you want to keep streaming. Yeah, sure. If we can fix this issue without removing the tech, I mean, do what you gotta do, of course, but if we can fix this issue somehow, that could be nice. I'm just worried about those two-way ties. Because if a two-way tie happens and you can't use this, I don't think there's any way to be able to detect two-way ties, and it could break the map. And, or I mean, not break the map, but like make it so that it doesn't work. I guess what you could always do though, anyways, is you could just have a timer run for like 20 seconds, and long after the counting is over, you could just make it choose a random option. So honestly, if that ends up being the case, that's totally fine. And again, the looper, this just makes it go faster, like nicely faster. So this technically isn't necessary either, but if that's going to be fixed, I really hope that Epic adds in a cooldown into here. So you can actually just change the cooldown to like 0 or something like that. So instead of it going like boop, 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 boop at a fixed rate. So for those who don't know, how the cooldown works in the looper is that it depends on what number you set for the interval. So if I set it to 1 second, it's a 1 second power on and cooldown. 1, 1, 1, 1. But if I have it set to 0.5, it'll adjust the cooldown as 0.5. 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1. See what I mean? And that same goes for lower ones and whatnot. Or if you set it to a monstrous 15 seconds, it'll stay on for 15 seconds and then stay powered off for 15 seconds. But what if you just want to have a cooldown where you want it to be 15 seconds powered on, and then you want to have it where it instantly restarts? So it would just do that if it was set to a cooldown of 0 or 0.1 or whatever. Or maybe you want to have a cooldown of 5. You get the idea. But it would be much better if it just had that as a new setting, and you wouldn't need this huge complicated link setup here that you would have to have set up. You know what I mean? Epic Tank says, it's an overflow error because the looper is looping indefinitely, which stops every other script from running. Oh my god. Wow, that's crazy. It's like, stand back, everybody. The boss just came in the house. Everybody's just, all the links just stopped working. I mean, all the scripts just stopped working. How the heck are you streaming this long? Well, one thing turned into another, and it turned into another, and turned into another. First we were doing Mythbusting, and kind of getting an idea of how the new math gates work. And then we were like, maybe we can make a link calculator. So we started working on the link calculator for an hour or two, adding improvements to it so it's perfect, because we were finally able to learn how to make one. And then it turned into my server crashing and unable to be recovered until I found a fix for it. And then now we're looking at crash logs and seeing if maybe Epic Tank can tweak the looper or something. Ernie, do not give yourself a badge in a link nuke. It gave me like 20 of them. No, you guys are not supposed to. Do not build a link nuke. You are literally detrimenting your own map. Do not build a link nuke. Don't build it. Don't build it. The looper is the villain in Piggy build mode. Who would have ever thought that a sandbox game like this would have a villain? What is a link nuke? I'm not going to teach you guys how to do it, because it'll mess up your map. Wow, you know what? Those 2 pretzels that I had for breakfast, and then I immediately started streaming, is now starting to hit me. Yeah, I ain't doing too good. Once the stream is done, I'm gonna go eat, and then start editing this video. Or maybe I have to rebuild some parts of this though before and then edit some parts of the video, or maybe I have to rebuild the whole thing. Who knows? This gives me an idea. Looper will be a boss fight in Boss Battle Asylum. It's so niche though. Like, only the people from the stream are gonna know, so I wouldn't recommend spending, like, your whole amount of time on it. Arnie, what has been your favorite Piggy map to play? Lately? Piggy. I'm kidding. Let me see. I don't know, honestly. I kind of just hop from map to map, and I kind of find the fun in, like, adding improvements, like removing fog and setting buttons to 0 seconds, other improvements and stuff like that, whenever I join people's maps and they give me build. I'm starving. I don't want to get more junk, but I gotta eat something. I gotta eat something. I gotta eat something pretty soon. Let me see. Let me see. I'm just looking at all my phone notifications here. Can you imagine the REC Theory block is out that makes you watch Ernie's streams? Okay, alright, we got it. Epic Tank says, I'm gonna nuke my map. Alright. I mean, here, I have enough PC power to, I mean, not survive the map, but at least get logs in case yours don't show up or your PC crashes. Let me see. Alright, let it rip. What is it again? It's... One sec. Let me see. The link nuke is... Mobile wrote it up here. Let me copy it. Bruh. Epic, check stream chat. Button goes to either XOR or looper, either one. Yeah, there we go. Alright, Epic, I put in chat. I put it in stream chat now. It's time to crash the map. Here we go. Oh, and yep. Wait, I think we did it. Wait, no, did it not happen? Yeah, don't build the leak nuke. It's a problem. I'll probably be able to tell when my energy stops moving. Why isn't it working? Oh, wait. Mobile, what's the, is Mobile here? Oh, he's gone again. Wait, hold on. Oh, here. Let me, here. Let me send you my tutorial vid. Bruh. Let me send my tutorial. Why is it tagging tutorial? Let me send it to DMs. Wow, a DM, it tags the word tutorial, but it doesn't tag DMs? Yeah, hold on, Epic. Let me send you the video. Hold on. The owner only. And on mobile, I can't scroll down any farther. Give me one sec. Let me get it from YouTube PC. Oh, the server crashed? I'm still in it. It crashed before I could get the logs? I don't know if these will help. Ability to... Oh, okay, I can't. Oh, that's a shame. I was expecting to maybe like appear in the F9 logs, but no, I guess not. I guess not. Yeah, oh, look, the server crashed and we're just stuck here. Maybe there's some way? So it deletes your map? No, it deletes your autosave and crashes your server. And it possibly makes it where you can't get back in. So just don't do it. Well, I am just if I can't if I'm not able to collect the logs, I don't know what other kind of workaround there could be. What other workaround could there be? Epic, are you sure it will crash your PC? It won't just crash Studio? Because, Also, I was just updating the links for the voting system, by the way, and added extra safety systems to it, plus reverting it back to how it was originally linked. For the most part, I don't know if it's saved. Thank you for that. I'm going to go back and check it. I'm going to go back and check it. Yeah, I'm just going to leave. Hold on. Is it fine to leave? Okay. Oh, hey, wait, never mind. The game did it for me. It finally booted me out. It gives an error saying that I disconnected because of internet. That's kind of interesting. Okay, let me load the audio save and see if it saved it. You added some extra safety things, mobile, but I don't know what that is. What did you add? Oh, you added this. What is this supposed to be? Well, I guess I'll figure it out at some point. Mobile, was this the only thing that you added that that AND gate to what? Looper. Wait. Let me see. Give me one second. There we go. Let me see. Who is that one guy who put in 10? What are you what? Guys, if you don't want to be here, you don't have to be here. I also moved around the links for the AND encounter if gates were connected. Wait, hold on. I also moved around the links for the AND encounter if gates. Yeah, that got moved, and then that's up there too. Hold on. Oh, cool. Mobile was able to fix the crashy, the crashing. Epic, should I go on a new server? Join a new server. Yeah, should I join a new server? Oh, okay. Give me one second. This will be easier if I just communicate with him on PC. Hold on. Alright, that's better. Okay, cool. Epic's gonna do some more testing, so we have enough time to go back here and look at some stuff here. Alright, so I'm gonna add in some extra information here. I can't wait to be done with this and then I could go eat. Okay, there we go. It won't crash anymore, by the way. It literally can't, even if there is an issue. Thank you for that. I really appreciate that. Okay. Alright, I'm going to continue the recording now for the last bits here. I gotta recreate this too. Because everything here is pre-linked. I don't know how it's linked. Let me see. There's a random... There we go. That goes there. What goes into this? So this goes up into here as well. Oh, man. Oh. I'm going to publish it in a second. Okay. Alright, I'm going to save this. Okay, save that. Little messy. Maybe. Yeah, I have to, for the tutorial video, I have to show me placing it down and linking it though. So I have to learn how these are linked first. So, Mobile, if you can list out in DMs what exactly you changed, that would be helpful if possible, because we have this. So I think these go into here now instead of up here. And then the AND gates, those stay the same. They're not connected to anything. That goes there. What else is this connected from? Yeah, those are connected to those. I think it's just those three links. I think it is just those three links. Now, what is this? Yeah, here we go. This goes into here. So it doesn't go into the AND gate anymore. It goes into the XOR. And then it goes into here. And then that goes in that, blah, blah, blah. This goes down here. And then that goes into here, and then that goes into that. Okay. Restart your server. Okay, give me 1 second. I'm gonna restart my server. Okay, shut down my server. So we're gonna test out the tie thing, and then we're going to test a link nuke and see if it works. Okay, let me go ahead and load up the autosave. Alright. So let's go ahead and test this real quick. Vote yellow. Okay. There we go. Double safety system to stop it from counting higher than 50. Thank you. Yeah, cool. It did what it's supposed to do. All right, link nuke time. Mobile build it. Yeah, here, over here. Okay, there we go. Okay. We're gonna figure out how to make a player counter in a room, I think. I can show you if you'd like. Do you use the elevator thing where it, like, separates players, but instead it counts them? Something along those lines? All right, let me know when it's ready. Okay. Ready, Epic? Okay, here we go. Let Epic press. Oh yeah, look! Cool. Okay, alright, awesome. So I think the tiebreaker system works, and the link nuke no longer does its weird thing now. Yeah, Epic even showed me right now logs. Over 100 runs at the same time. No wonder it crashed the game. You can show this on your stream. Okay, give me 1 second. Give me 1 second here. I'll show you what Epic Tank patched in. And I'm glad too, because people can't use this like maliciously or anything like that, which is nice. Yeah, so if you guys want to see, Epic Tank put in a new patch for the looper now. So now, check this out. So in the logs, it'll actually show like, you know, prevent a crash due to this running so fast, over 100 runs at the same time. Literally, look, it's like a total safeguard now. It was running for like thousands or hundreds of thousands of times, all at the same exact time. That's crazy. And this looks fine, right? Let me see. Mobile vote blue, Epic vote yellow. Ready? Okay. Yeah, mobile vote blue. Epic vote yellow. Epic, you gotta vote yellow. Vote yellow, vote yellow. There we go. Oh, you did just in time. All right, let's make sure. Yeah, because this is supposed to like run double at the exact same time. Cool. Good stuff. Yeah, I think it still works. Awesome. Very good, very good. Ernie, I was gone for a bit to scroll on TikTok. How are you still live? Well, one thing turned after another. And yeah, it was a lot. There was a lot of stuff we were doing. Awesome. Thank you, Epic. I appreciate that. We won't have to worry about any kind of crashes that the voting system does now. But yeah, everybody, I'm so excited. We got a real working voting system now. So I want to make sure the changes that were all made are here. I think that might have been it. I have to go back and check all over again, but let me see. That goes here. That's doing its thing. Mobile, can you check all links real quick to make sure everything is properly linked? I just want to make sure everything should be good. Unless you already did. So it was just, I think it was just that was changed. Might have been just that was changed. Ernie, how do we add more colors without breaking it? You gotta place the mantis shrimp block in build mode, and it'll give you new colors that even the human eye isn't able to see. I patched the unpatchable. Wait, are there any other bugs in build mode that we've had issues for? Oh, Epic, can you make it so that the prompt trigger can go for decimals for activation length? I think that's the only other bug I know of. I'm trying to think if there are any other bugs. But yeah, the prompt trigger can't go lower than 1 in terms of decimals. But other than that, are there any other bugs? Let me see. Other bugs. I don't know if there might be any other ones. No, I don't think there are any other ones. If you guys are experiencing issues with decals, watch my new video. It's a Roblox bug. And I'll show you how to tackle those. Blah, blah, blah. how to tackle him. Yeah, I think other than that, I think that's it. The prompt trigger, having the decimals, and then maybe, this isn't a bug, obviously, but yeah, I'm not even gonna mention it. Yeah, I think that's it for bugs. Is the smoke block powerable? Oh, okay, good, it is. Alright. Yeah, that's it. I think that might be it. Are the new lights linkable as well? Oh, the new lights aren't linkable. Oh, I would have expected them to be linked. Oh, okay, this one is. Oh, the hanging wall light, isn't it? I'm looking into the rescale bug. The rescale bug. Oh, the thing where it gives you like the giant hitbox? Oh yeah, yeah, when someone else moves an object and then you can't place stuff on top of it. Like the placement collision. Is the smoke block scalable? No, it's not. Thank you, Retro Guy. I appreciate it. Tell Epic to make half walls scalable. Are they not already wait. Oh yeah, half walls. Yeah, half walls need to be scalable. Otherwise, it's too difficult to do like double offsets with these. I'm surprised that these blocks aren't scalable in the first place. Because slabs are, but the problem with slabs is that you can only have them off to one side. So if you're trying to like do a double offset, sometimes you just can't. Whoa, that's a trippy looking shape. I can't even fit down there though. See, if you were able to have like the grow and shrink block, or you're able to have other stuff, you could actually get down these smaller crevices like this as a smaller player. It'd be a neat puzzle. The counter can go negative? How? How is that even possible? Oh, can it go down because of the new logic gates? I wonder if it can. Yeah, maybe it can. Item spawner not spawning back items when a player who had it died. I don't know. Epic Tank should make touch trigger activated by multiple people. That is a wider issue. It would probably either have to be in its own separate block in the future, but Epic Tank, I did talk about that with Epic Tank. It's more complex than it seems. Part of the reason is because links can only carry the player data of one person at a time. Right? So that's part of the issue. So if like multiple people are in a touch trigger and it teleports someone, who gets teleported? There's a bug with crawl traps where if multiple crawl traps attack at the same time, those crawl traps get stuck in place. Yeah, I've seen that happen a lot before. I've seen it happen years ago, where if two crawl traps attack someone while someone's in another crawl trap, they just kind of stay there and walk in place, and they're just there. Sometimes while in spectate, Q and E arrows don't work. Yeah, that's right. I don't know why that happens. Like, sometimes if I spam Q too much or whatever, I don't know. It'll make it where the buttons just stop working. I have to rejoin the game. I just want speed blocks to have a setting where it affects only infected or survivor. I just want speed blocks to be powerable. More than anything, I'd like that. And to be able to adjust the speed. And treat it so that if you're inside a speed block, it counts as an exception to the anti-cheat. Why did this turn into a bug report stream? Well, it's a good question. I mean, it's nice to have all this stuff get fixed right now, too, while possible. Kiko, hey, welcome. Thank you for being at a part of the. Thank you for being at my stream. Ernie, in your tutorial, you never placed the audio emitter. Oh, thank you for that. Yeah, I definitely got to. Let me write that down real quick. Let me write that down. Place audio emitter. Okay. I love you for that idea. Wait, what idea? What idea? Can we go back to myth busting after 4 hours? Yeah, maybe in 4 hours we will. No, I'm kidding. After this, I'm gonna be done and go eat and all that kind of stuff. Thank you again. There we go. Cool. All right, everything's done with his stuff. Let's finish this recording once and for all. Let's finish this recording once and for all. So first of all, I'm gonna save this to there. I'm gonna save this map. That way I can edit it, and if I need to get the stuff back again, I can always see. Okay, let me see. We got all that. Good, 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 good. All right. So these are not going to be linked to the other thing. Okay. Actually, let me pause the recording. Let me make sure everything is set up here properly. This is gonna go. Oh, man, this is so stressful. I don't know. Because I gotta show different parts where I de-link it back to the other place, you know? So instead of linking all of these over to the top one, I gotta link it to here first. You know what? I'll cobble something together. I'll see how it goes. So this is going to go into the AND gate. This is going to go into here. Link hub's going to go down and into the... Let me write this down. I'm tired, man. I'm hungry, and it's too late at night. And I want to release this video early in the morning when more people are on YouTube. So... let me write this down real quick. XOR to AND. Not to AND. Hub to XOR and not. And top hub. And then what are these other ones connected to? Timer to XOR instead of AND. Yeah, that's gonna go down there. That's gonna be good. All op if gates to the hub above XOR. And then the AND gates, AND gates at the very end only go into timer above. I don't think I'm missing anything else. This looper still goes to that. Oh, wait, the looper doesn't go into... where... isn't the looper supposed to go into these? Where's it going into? Wait, where's it going into? Let me see. Oh, the timer goes into here. The timer goes into there? Really? Oops. I didn't mean to do that. unlink looper to op gates and link timer to op gates. Got it. Okay. All three of these go inside the AND gate, and the timer goes into the AND gate too, right? Yeah, it does. Okay. Yeah, okay. Timer goes into... Vote timer goes into tiebreaker and gate above randomizer. Okay. Am I missing anything else? What if Epic Tank adds a link that can carry multiple player signals that's specially for the touch trigger, capturing multiple players at one idea? Well, I had a similar idea to that. Because here's the thing, right? This teleport block, for example, has no cooldown. Even though it says you can change the cooldown, this setting is completely broken. It doesn't work. So if you have 10 buttons all going into the same teleport block, and everybody pushes the button in a perfect world at the exact same time, all 10 players would teleport immediately. So, yeah, technically it's 10 different links. But I'm wondering if, you know, you can have something very similar to that, you know? Thank you, Retro. Is that a new feature? Why is only the selected link showing? It's a PC feature. It's really handy. I suggested this to Epic Tank a long time ago, where you could just hold down control on PC and click, and it'll only show the links that are visible. Because normally, how are you supposed to see anything when you're supposed to be linking like this, you know? Okay, let me make sure I got everything here. I think I have everything. Yeah, those go into here. I'll do a double check just to make sure. Op if gates go into tiebreaker looper. No, I think I got everything. I think I'm good. I think I'm good. I gotta go back in the video and edit out the parts where I told people to link stuff a certain way, though. Because that did not work out. Why do chat commands only work once? Okay, so here's my bit of advice. If I make a guide video on chat commands, I'll give you one of my tips right now. Never set it to 0. Ever. Never set it to 0. And I'll tell you why. It doesn't matter if you have an if gate here to make it where it's owner only. This block will stay powered on, and it can't be activated again. So if any random person uses the command, and then you try to do it, you can't, because the block is just enabled. That's why you set it to 0.1, and if you want the block to act like it's permanent, then all you have to do is just use a power holder. You know what I mean? Yeah, that's what I did in my map when I was editing my my owner-only commands. Alright, let's record this. I'm going to go ahead and delete these here real quick. Let me see. Yeah, I might have to just build this from scratch. Oh, I just have to show how to build this from scratch. I really don't want to do that, though. Trying to think. A couple fixes to this real quick. You're going to... Oh, I gotta record. There we go. A couple fixes to this real quick. You're going to... and you're going to connect the time... and you're going to connect the timer to all of the... and you're going to connect the timer to all of these operation gates that you've set up here in the front. Now we're going to place down an XOR, we're going to place down a NOT gate back here, and then we're also going to place down a link hub on the very top. Connect the XOR gate to the AND gate, then you're going to connect the NOT gate to the AND gate, and then you're going to connect the link hub to the XOR gate, the top link hub, and the NOT gate in the very back. Okay, we got that. Timer to XOR instead of AND. What does that mean? Oh, timer to XOR instead of the AND. Wait. Timer to XOR instead of AND. What does that even mean? What did I write there? Timer to XOR instead of AND. I wish I wrote this specifically because I already forgot what it meant. Oh, man, come on. Yeah, I'm trying to finish this video right now and home stretch. I just wrote down timer to XOR instead of AND. I have no idea what that means because I forgot. There's only one timer. There's only like a couple timers here. Oh, I remember now. I remember now. I should have put round timer. I'm stupid. There we go. And you're gonna connect the round timer directly over to the XOR gate. Okay, that's good. All operational gates, if gates go to the hub above the XOR. Did I delink these correctly? Yeah, I did, okay. Now, take all three of your operational Now take all your operational if gates here, and you're going to link them directly over to the link hub that's above the XOR gate. Okay, there we go. What I'm gonna do is, when I'm done with this video, I'm gonna follow the build tutorial I put on in my I'm gonna follow my own build tutorial just to make sure it works for everybody. Because I don't want to be like, yeah, this works, okay, everything's here, blah, blah, blah. And then when people actually go to follow the tutorial, it doesn't work. So I want to make sure I take precaution on that. And gates at the very end only go above into the timer. Yeah. So I think I have that part already. Unlink the looper to the op gates and link timer to op gates. Wait, what? Unlink the looper to op gates. Oh yeah, and link the timer. Yeah. Did I say that part already? I think I said that. Chat, did I say this part already where you have to link the timer to all of these? Or did I not say it yet? Did I say that part or not yet? Okay, thank you. I think it, well, I'm not going to mention the unlink part. I'm not going to mention that part. I'm just going to pretend like we're building it fresh. Vote timer goes into tiebreaker and gate above randomizer. Yeah. And now we're going to take our vote timer over here and we're going to put it in the very top of this AND gate. Op if gates go into tiebreaker looper. Yeah. Now, take all of your operational if gates at the end here, and we're going to take all of them and link them directly up to this looper. Okay, I think we did all the hot fixes for that. I think we're good. That goes there, blah, 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 that goes there. All right, cool. And now I'm going to do the outro. Chat, I need like one person in here. Just one. Just one person will do. Just to show the tie-breaking thing happening. What time is it for you? Almost 9 p.m. Jeez. Yeah, after we're done with this test, we're ending stream. Anybody in here? Oh, there we go. We got one person. Okay, cool. Alright, vote yellow. Alright, you ready, everybody? Okay, here we go. Okay, here we go. But uh-oh, what happens if two people vote for the same thing and the votes are tied between two different options? How does it select from that? Go. So I've just voted... So we got two different votes tied real quick. So we have two different votes tied here, and now it's going to total them up. And it's actually only going to choose between both of those options randomly. It's not even going to count red at all. But yeah, what are you guys going to use this for in your maps? Maybe for selecting maps or selecting certain... But yeah, what are you guys going to use this for in your maps? Let me know in the comments down below. And if you want to see more build mode guides like this on all the new update content, make sure you subscribe. Hey, alright, we're good. Thank you everybody for watching. I'm gonna go have some food now, because I've only ever had 2 pretzels for my whole meal today. I appreciate you guys all being here, though. I really do, I really do. Thank you guys, thank you. And, bye everybody, goodbye!